All right, it's a broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. Looks like we still dealing with Kevin Samuels. The fallout from his death is it's becoming a thing.
Alrighty. Yeah, the fallout from his death is starting to become a thing. and and there's different responses to his death. Some of them can understand it. Some of people that they feeling that they're being rude, or that they seem to be gleefully celebrating.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I got knocked off. But the fallout from his death is becoming a thing, and it seems to be attaching itself to different types of movements that seem to be spurring all over YouTube, and it's headed by a bunch of misguided black men who seem to be overly emotional about somebody that stood for nothing but chaos and disrespect and discontent for black women. It's really, really interesting about what's going on right now. We're gonna talk about it, and we got a few videos that we're going to. Actually, we got one that we're going to analyze. There's some things I want you guys to hear. All right, no diggity. All right, Dame, drop it. All right, all right, all right. What's going on, everybody? It is a Saturday edition of Gangsta Talk. Shout out to everybody that's coming through. Hey, Charlene, what's going on? Always by my side, my partner and my peoples, my fam, the lady knight herself, Miss Dane Frankie. How you doing? Come on in, Dane.
I'm doing
Say a
good.
little something. Doing all right.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep.
Let me get a sound check. Am I coming
Sounding
in
good.
good?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
loud and clear.
All right, Dane. We back again with this. We got some more fallout. So let's get on to it. Um, Let me say what I gotta say first, then we're gonna go to the video. Okay,
Okay.
we're not gonna show the video. We're just gonna play the audio. So see if you can get that timestamp together. You know what I'm talking about. See if you can get it together. You got time,
Yeah.
all
Mm-hmm.
right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you know what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
again, you guys don't need to tell. You guys don't need me to tell you, Mr. Kevin Samuels is dead. All right, unfortunately, and God rest his soul. We respect the dead here. We don't talk ill of people who have passed on. But telling the truth about someone and talking ill about someone are two different things. See, what people don't understand is that you can't live a life of unrighteousness and expect to get away clean, expect people to forget about things that happened while you were alive. It doesn't work that way. There are people who have been hurt by this man. There are people who have been this or that or the other by this man. This man has affected people on both sides, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, there are fools out here right now talking about putting their hands on people if they hear somebody say something about him that's disrespectful. I mean, are you crazy? And then you got guys who still hate women for some reason. I still don't understand the hatred for black women. Y'all just don't. Somebody please help me understand once and for all. Where did you guys get this made up hatred, bro? Because at this point now, I'm convinced it's just made up. It's not real. You don't have any real reason to hate black women. Now, we've gone back in slavery. Okay, all of your talking points about slavery has been debunked. It's BS. There's no real reason. And you can't sit up here and say, she destroyed the community and all of that. You don't want to get into that argument because that's just going to lead right back to you. You can't get into that argument. You can't sustain yourself in that argument. So there's really no, and she hasn't done anything to you. It's not like she running around here lynching you or running into places where there's a bunch of black men and shooting up the place with AR-15s. She's not doing anything. She hasn't done anything to you. She has always been by your side, whether you wanted her there or not. Whether you understood that she was there or not, she's always been your support system. So I'm convinced at this point the hatred is phony and it's made up. And you guys who are partaking in this phony, made up hatred, you become a new kind of sellout. You sold out the black woman. You have sold her out. And I'm sick and tired of hearing emotional men talk like they're Dr. King when it comes down to black women. How dare you mimic Dr. King while you saying all kinds of filthy and disgusting things about black women? How dare you use his style when he spoke, I have a dream? You use his style to talk bad about black women. You're not Dr. King. You don't have the courage of Dr. King. Hold on one second.
All right. Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Like I said, you don't have the courage of Dr. King. And you guys sit up here with this fake knowledge talking about you understand what black women. What are black women doing, man? You guys are just sitting up here putting on some kind of show with all of this false information because let's just face it, many of you don't want to get any real employment because you don't want to be responsible. A lot of this is about maturity. That's all it is. It's not even about hatred. A lot of it is about maturity. Many of you guys just don't want the responsibility of being an adult male because you have to be accountable. You have to be responsible. You have to do things that adult males do. And many of you brothers don't want to have anything to do with that. You just don't. And so it's easy for you to play this little juvenile, fake outrage and hatred of black women and jump on the bandwagon and hide the fact that you don't want to be responsible and then you yourself don't want to grow up. That's what a lot of this is all about. That's why you got, black Chucky dolls like Red Supreme taking advantage of how immature you guys are. If you notice, he dressed just like you, right? He dressed like a teenager, even though he damn near 40 years old. He dressed like a teenager. So you 35 and 40-year-olds think that it's okay to dress like a teenager. So you can remain immature and don't want to take life seriously and remain on the bottom and in last place in life. Kevin Samuels haven't taught you a damn thing on how to improve yourself as black men. None of you could come up here today and tell me anything that Kevin Samuels has taught you to improve yourself because I'm going to debunk everything he so-called taught you. He didn't teach you anything. He didn't teach you anything. He didn't teach you anything you shouldn't already have. If you got the nerve to come up, you got the guts to come up here and say, "Well, Kevin Samuels helped me be a man," we're gonna have a serious you're gonna have a serious fight on your hands. Okay. I'm not saying you can't come up here. I'm gonna drop the link because y'all know me. I ain't afraid of nobody. Not on no damn social media. I mean, I'm afraid of God, the Creator. I ain't afraid of no nigga on no social media. I'm gonna drop the link. Okay. I'm telling you right now, you can come up here with that if you want to. I'm telling you straight up, you're gonna have a fight on your hands if you do that. You got the nerve to come up here and tell me that that dude taught you how to be a man or something like that. It's gonna be, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. Don't come up. Listen, I don't want no soft dudes up here. Well, then again, you know what? Let me lower the bar a little bit. Okay. Just for the day, I'll lower the standards. Now we still got the no disrespecting to black women. That's gonna always stand. That bar ain't never being lowered. Okay. You still can't come over here and call black women bees. You can't come over here talking bad or disrespecting black women. That bar is never gonna be lowered. But I will lower the bar that you crybabies, you Kevin Samuels crybabies come up here today and just for the day we will stomach and tolerate the nonsense that's coming out of your mouth. Well, you know what? That's not cool of us to say. We will tolerate your talking points, and we will deal with your talking points. But I'm telling you, please, if you come up here with this Kevin Samuels changed my life, be ready to rumble, cause you're gonna get into a fight. Okay, cause I'm gonna start swinging. Now let me tell you something else that's problematic, right? Hold on. Okay, check, 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 check. Then can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Now let me tell you something else that's problematic. I'm starting to hear black men say, if you say anything disrespectful about Kevin Samuels in real life, they're gonna do something to you. Yeah, I'm starting to hear that. They're gonna do something to you. Now you won't say that about a black woman. You won't defend a black woman like that. What about Corin Gaines? I've never heard anybody say if you say something bad about Corin Gaines, I'm gonna do something to you. Corin Gaines died defending a black male baby. She had a son. They murdered her in cold blood in front of her son. This was a woman defending a black male. I didn't hear anybody say when she was murdered in cold blood, and they ran and they did her dirty, man. Oh my God, they did her dirty. That was like a black ops type situation. They did her dirty where they ran down on that black woman. It shows you the fear. But that was her son she was protecting, her black son. I didn't hear any of you Kevin Samuels crybabies, say anything about if somebody disrespect Corin Gaines in real life, you're gonna do something to them. I didn't hear any of that. Matter of fact, I didn't hear you guys say nothing except the hardcore haters said things like, "Well, she almost got her son killed. She put her son in harm's way." Y'all didn't even acknowledge the fact that this was a black woman putting her life down for her black son, trying to protect her black son. Y'all wouldn't even acknowledge that. And you keep saying that black women are this, and that. Here you have a black woman that's putting on the line for her black son to protect her black son. This woman had a shotgun, y'all. I ain't hear nobody talking about no. Well, for Corin, I'm a do this for Corin Gaines. I'm gonna stand up. I didn't see none of you dudes even so much as make a damn flyer, a banner, or anything for Corin Gaines, and she died protecting a black male, her son. Aren't you guys the one that's always crying about black women hate you and don't want to do nothing for you and this is that? Well, where were you when Corin Gaines laid her life down for her black son? I didn't hear any of this super powered rhetoric about if you disrespect Kevin Samuels, we're gonna step to you. We're gonna do something to you. Where was that for Corin Gaines, who actually did something that Kevin Samuels didn't do? She died protecting a black male. Kevin Samuels died trying to have intercourse with a BBW a call girl. Now you want to talk about disrespect? How about him disrespecting himself with his own rhetoric about how he wants you guys to have these young fit women, size twos and threes, but yet he's with a size 16 to 22. What's that all about? Would you call that disrespect? Would you say I just disrespected him and you ready to step to me? Or would you say he disrespected himself and you ready to go dig him up and step to him? Okay. Yes, yes, she filmed it. She the one that called the 911 and said he was having chest pains. God rest his soul. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, hey, it's a horrible thing to die. I'm not saying the man deserved that. I wish you had been alive because then we could have caught him with a fat chick. Okay, that would have been better. I wish he didn't die. I'm serious. I wish he hadn't been died, and we could have caught him in, messing with Lizzo, who has all of these dress sizes that he don't like. I think that would have. I would have. Man, I wish he had stayed alive. It's sad that he did pass away. Can you imagine the field day we would have had if he stayed alive with that photo? Are you kidding me? I probably would have had like 8 shows about that. I mean, it sucks that he's dead. That little meeting alone, we could have had a field day off of that. Oh man, it could have been all kinds of stuff. And then to hear his response to it, and then make shows off of his response. Man, we would have had it. We would have had a happy man. It sucks that he's dead. But let's get back to you dudes, man. I'm gonna ask one of you dudes a question too. And if you come up here with this BS about you want to hurt somebody because they disrespecting Kevin Samuels, I want to know where were you when Corin Gaines was defending a black male and lost her life in the process, defending one of you, her son. There was no outpour for her. There was nobody saying, "Hey, if you disrespect Corin Gaines, I'm going to do something to you." I didn't hear none of that. Like I said, there was nothing made or said about her. There was no flyers or no banners made. Nobody even had a piece of postage or anything, nothing written down, nothing. So I'm kind of curious about that. Now, let me bring in the lady knight here. Dame, come on in here.
All
We got
right, here
something we
I
want you
am.
guys to hear. All right. You got it queued up?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So I want you guys to hear something. This is from Red Supreme. Okay. Red Supreme TV. Okay, Dame. Let it rip.
People making videos disrespecting Kev. Let me take this off. Let me tell you guys something. To all you people making disrespectful video, I know you niggas think this is the internet, but if I seen some of you niggas in person, oh my God. Oh my God. I will take flight like the airplane, my nigga, at the fucking at the airport, my nigga. I'll take flight. If I seen some of you niggas, I will take flight for some of the disrespectful shit you said about Uncle Kev. If I seen some of you niggas in person, I would take flight on your motherfucking ass. Seriously.
Okay, stop it, Dame.
Straight up take flight on.
Back it back up to the beginning of that, okay? We're gonna play that one more time, but let me talk first. So get it queued back up. Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? This is a black man who has lost his mind. If I catch any of y'all making disrespectful videos about Kevin, what do you call disrespect? Telling the truth about the man? It is not disrespect if you tell him the truth. It'd be one thing if you were making up lies. Yes, that would be disrespectful because if he wasn't like that, then that's a lie. That's disrespectful. But we're speaking truth about how he was. And there's plenty of evidence about how he was that we can choose from. We're not disrespecting him. We're actually honoring his legacy by telling the truth about him. That's how you honor someone's legacy. You tell the truth about them. Sometimes the truth isn't always what somebody wants to hear, but it is truth nonetheless. The truth isn't disrespectful, but it can be hard to take sometimes. But I do understand if there's somebody lying on him. Now, if somebody said Kevin Samuels was, uh, stealing race cars or something, that's a lie. That's disrespectful. Then I can see you tripping. But what we're talking about is truth. This man has a history of disrespect. He has video after video of disrespect. I mean, we have every reason to believe that this man is anti female, period. At least anti black female. I want to reiterate one of the things I said the other day in my podcast. One of the coldest and most disrespectful things I ever heard a black man say to a black woman was what Kevin Samuels said to a black woman on one of his podcasts. And I remember it as if it was yesterday because it's burned into my mind. He told a black pregnant woman that giving birth doesn't make her special. Any dog can shit out a litter. I'm sorry. Any dog can shit out a litter of puppies. It just means your wound works. How cold is that? If I live to be a 200 and get to be as mad as I don't know whatever, I would never say nothing like that. You got to be a nasty, corrupted individual to say something that ugly and that disgustingly nasty. One more time, he said to a pregnant black woman, see, y'all need to play this back in your mind. Rather than going to the next comment, you need to soak in some of the things that's being said so you can get the full understanding of what this person was really all about. He told a pregnant black woman that giving birth doesn't make her special. That any dog can shit out a litter of puppies. It just means her wound works. Imagine somebody saying that to your mother or your grandmother or your daughter who just had her first baby. How ugly you have to be inside to say something that nasty to a woman. No problem, Randy. We're going to drop the link. You'll be able to come up here and express yourself. Randy SoCal says Kevin Samuels was right. I don't know what he was right about. I keep hearing these things, but I don't know. Well, Randy did make an attempt the other night to say that he is telling the truth. And one of the truths that he gave us was that black women want traditional men, but don't want to be traditional themselves. I don't know what kind of truth that is. I don't know what he's talking about, but that's what he said. Kevin Samuels said. Randy SoCal is an interesting character. He says, some very provocative things. We'll get back with him because he said that Kevin Samuels is right. We're going to find out what that's all about. Okay? Trust me, we're not going away from Mr. Randy SoCal. We're very interested, Mr. SoCal, in what Kevin Samuels is right about. You came to the right podcast today because we are definitely interested. And we're all ears, sir. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying, what kind of nasty disposition that you would have that you would say that to a woman who's about to give birth to a whole human being? And then the men who co-sign, you're going to tell me you're going to be that cold blooded, that you okay with being that cold blooded, that you wouldn't even have any respect for a woman that is with child. Is that what you guys are saying? That's what you guys are co-signing on? Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna tell you right now that maybe some of you need to be gotten rid of because you ain't no good for nobody. If you're gonna be that damn mean and that damn evil, then guess what? Maybe you got to go. Can't have no mad dogs running around the community foaming out the mouth. Can't do that. I mean that's insane. I would never say that to a woman. Why would you say something like that to a woman? How could you be that damn corrupted inside that when you say something that disgusting, that nasty, and that mean? I mean, I'm a man, dude. I would never say nothing like that to a woman. I don't care how mad. That wouldn't even come in my mind, bro. What kind of mind do you? That's not the mind of a man to say something that that terrible. To say something that hurtful and that fucking disgusting. A man don't even think about nothing that damn bad. We don't even think like that. So what kind of mind do this dude have the way he would say something that fucking uh damn.
Yes.
Play it again. I want y'all to hear something. I want y'all to really listen to this. This is Red Supreme. Okay, stop just going from one comment to another. We content creators make content for a reason because we want our audience to get something out of it. So pay attention to the content. I'm not playing this for no reason. I really want you guys to listen and understand what it is that you're listening to and what's happening out here because of this man's death. Play it.
Don't sit right. And also, let me say this. To all you people making videos disrespecting Kev, let me take this off. Let me tell you guys something. To all you people making disrespectful video, I know you niggas think this is the internet, but if I seen some of you niggas in person, oh my God. Oh my God. I will take flight like the airplane, my nigga, at the fucking at the airport, my nigga. I'll take flight. If I seen some of you niggas, I will take flight for some of the disrespectful shit you said about Uncle Kev. If I seen some of you niggas in person, I would take flight on your motherfucking ass. Seriously. Straight up take flight on you niggas for this disrespectful bullshit. There's a lot of people who passed away that I didn't care for, but I didn't come to the internet to say disrespectful things about them in their passing. Shout out to Detroit 313. Some of you niggas, man, that's saying all this disrespectful shit about Kev, if I seen you niggas in person, I will take flight on you niggas. I'm telling you, my nigga. Seriously. Straight up. This shit is ridiculous, my nigga. And I ain't standing for it.
Okay, stop it, dang. Cue it up again. We might, just to have it ready, we might use it later on when we get somebody on the panel. Okay. You want to take flight on somebody. What does that mean entire? Exactly. Take flight. What are you going to do? Jump in the air and come down on someone? Well, you're going to get a running start and try to jump over someone? What is take flight? Somebody needs to educate me on that. I haven't been in the streets in decades, so I'm not privy to all of the slang. The slang I'm used to is from back in the 60s and 70s. This new age slang I'm not really familiar. What is take flight? What is that? Can somebody uh, educate me in the chat about what. Well, Randy, you might know something like that, right? What is take flight? What is that all about? The thing about it, you know what kills me is you will fight for a man that did nothing but lie on you. Kevin Samuels told lies on black men. He lied about how you think. He lied about what you do. He lied about what you will do. He lied on you. He told lies about you to try to get black women to lower their standards. That was the purpose of him telling lies about you. To try to convince black women to lower their standards because he thought less of you. He didn't think that you were man enough to meet average black woman standards. Think about this. You defended the man, and I want you knuckleheads to think about this. You defended the man that when he was alive didn't think much of you, that he came up with a way to try to convince black women to lower their standards because he didn't think that you were able to live up to average standards for black women. He didn't even think you can meet average standards. So he made up these fantastical lies about you to get black women to lower their standards. So he didn't even think much of you when he was alive. And this is who you're defending? This is who you want to take flight on? The man didn't even think much of any of you. What man did you see him interacting with that was from your sector, from the manosphere? He shunned the manosphere. As soon as he got his 15 minutes of fame, he left them dudes. And he showed them exactly how he wouldn't even let them on his show. I mean, I know Kevin Samuels was going back to my manosphere days. We used to come over to the Coliseum and talk to BGS. They would do that juvenile, high octane shit, right? So he's been on plenty of their shows, but when he got his little fame, he turned his back on y'all. What red pill guy? Okay, you red pill guys going hard for Kevin Samuels. Tell me one red pill guy he had on his show. One red pill guy. I don't recall ever having a red pill guy on the show. I don't even recall him having anybody from the manosphere on the show, especially the people whose shows helped him get along. He was in the Coliseum many times. That name was BGS. I'm not sure if he was on the Angry Man show, but I know he was in the manosphere. I know he was over there with a girl, the one that teaches femininity. He was on her show. He was on her show a lot. She was manosphere. So when he got his little fame, his little show, he had none of y'all on his show. An Obsidian, who happens to be a big hypocritical, nonsensical piece of shit, who was trying to feed the black men in the manosphere homosexuality as leadership. He didn't even have Obsidian on his show. So I don't understand the caping for a man who thought less of you and had no confidence in you whatsoever, that you couldn't even meet the average standard of a black woman. He had no confidence that you could meet that. So he lied to black women about you, saying that you were high value, saying that you had options, saying that you had money, saying things about you that were untrue. He created a fictitious high value black man, which he got from white men and Arab men. He created this fictitious black man, high value, and all of a sudden you have black dudes coming out of nowhere who don't even know who they are. I don't understand how you reach 45, 50, you don't know who you are. I didn't know I was a high value male until Kevin Samuels told me. Y'all know how stupid that sounds? I mean, seriously, man, y'all don't even know what y'all sound like, do you? I just found out that I'm a high value male because Kevin Samuels told me. I didn't know I was a high value man because I wore a suit. I just found out I was a high value man because I wear high heel shoes. I just found out that I was a high value man because I wore a pink bow tie with a very, very bright blue suit. I just found out that I was a high value man because I wear man weave. I mean, seriously. So he made up this fictitious black man who really doesn't exist. And he tried to make this black man to be the black man that black women should be pursuing, and that she needs to do all kinds of things to herself to catch the attention of this so-called high value black male who seems to have his nose stuck up his ass and seems to be self-centered and really into himself. And so he did that to get black women to lower their standards. He said, high value men has options. Black woman, you need to get used to cheating. You need to get used to men cheating. That's trying to get them to lower their standards. That's a basic standard that black women have. No cheating. That's a basic standard. So he feels that you can't live up to that basic standard. So he's trying to get black women to accept cheating. This is a man that lied on you and made you out to be something that you're not because he didn't see that you were fit to be real men and not even fit to be in a relationship with a black woman because you couldn't meet average black women standards. And you mad at other people? You want to take flight on other people? That was his thinking of you. That's the way he thought about you. Don't get mad at the rest of us. And then play that one more time. We're gonna play this one more time. This is the last time I'm gonna play it unless somebody wanna hear it. Play it one more time. Dang.
Expecting Kim, let me take this off. Let me tell you guys something. To all you people making disrespectful video, I know you niggas think this is the internet, but if I seen some of you niggas in person, oh my God. Oh my God. I will take flight like the airplane, my nigga, at the fucking at the airport, my nigga. I'll take flight. If I seen some of you niggas, I will take flight for some of the disrespectful shit you said about Uncle Kev. If I seen some of you niggas in person, I would take flight on your motherfucking ass. Seriously. Straight up take flight on you niggas for this disrespectful bullshit. There's a lot of people who passed away that I didn't care for, but I didn't come to the internet to say disrespectful things about them in their past.
Y'all hear that crazy shit? Okay, let me take a look at something here. All right, Randy is okay. Randy has a few comments. Okay, we're gonna. I'm almost done, man. Uh, Kevin Samuels was an alpha male. Okay, Kevin Samuels was on a level you want to be on. Okay, you believe that he would be a great relationship. You believe that you would be a great relationship coach if you was on Kevin Samuels' level. Okay. I got somebody calling me a horrible bro. Not sure what that's about, but we're gonna drop the link. You guys are always. I hope you guys are. I hope you guys are not just talking tough in the chat. I hope you can back it up on the panel. Okay. A lot of tough talking in the chat, but I'm gonna drop this link here in a minute. I hope you can bring all of that chat coverage up on the panel. Okay. So disrespectful. Okay. All right. Okay. That's cool. Tell me how I'm disrespectful by stating the truth about how a man lived. I'm not telling lies on him. To me, telling lies on somebody would be disrespectful. But if you're just merely stating how they live, how is that disrespectful? Okay, especially if it's true. It's not disrespectful. And when people pass away, they get talked about. I'm gonna get talked about when the day, when my time is up. We all gonna get talked about, whether it be on social media or whether it be in private. We all gonna get talked about. That's what happens when you pass away. People talk about you. They talk about what you've done while you was alive. That happens to everyone. We still talking about Malcolm X. He been dead for how long? We still talking about Garvey and King. They've been dead for a long time. Look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, act like I never been to a funeral before, or when people die,
Okay,
all this
Dave, let
stuff
me
that comes out.
hold on. I know you're chomping at the bit, but let me finish, okay? I'm almost done. Yeah, it's so people get talked about. Y'all acting like this is not normal that people get talked about when they pass away. No, this is normal. People get talked about when they die. And then y'all act, first of all, the disrespect part, y'all act like people respected this dude when he was alive. So if a person was disrespecting him while he was alive, and now they're disrespecting him now that he's dead, has anything changed? You can't stop people from talking. That's the way life is. When you pass away, people are going to talk about what you did when you was here. That's just the way it is, bro. Okay.
All right.
No, I didn't put him in the same breath as Malcolm X, Garvey, and King. What I was talking about was I was giving an example of how people are talked about when they pass away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, surely I'm not putting Kevin Samuels in that.
No,
Just
no.
using him as an example.
Yeah. If such famous and well-respected men are talked about, good, bad, what makes you think Kevin Samuels is not going to be talked about? Good or bad?
Exactly.
How they feel? You
Now,
won't.
now, now, I didn't have to. Now, I didn't have to say that. I could have said some shit like, um, no, Ray Ray, Juju, and Bobby from the hood, right? We talking about them three too. They dead and gone. We talking about them. I could have referred to them, but I'm like, okay, but let me be a little bit respectful and say, yeah, people talk about you when you dead. Now, I get ready to drop this link. Hopefully, somebody gonna come up here and engage in conversation because I'm really curious about a few things. I got a couple of questions, man. First of all, what did he do Okay, somebody said, hold on. Somebody said, okay, okay. Derek says I'm a horrible dude. I'm disrespectful. Okay, I want him to come up here and clarify that. Now I hope you ain't gonna be. Now listen, here's what's not gonna happen. Okay, I don't mind y'all coming up here. If you Kevin Samuel supporters, okay, that's cool. I'm fine with that. But please don't come up here and filibuster everybody. If you are too weak to have a manly conversation, then stay off the panel. Okay? If the women up here are stronger than you, stay off the panel. Okay? And no, I'm not going to tell the women nothing. Okay, they can speak whenever. If you can't handle it, I don't know what to tell you. I'm strong, okay? So the women don't bother me, bro. If you're that weak to where you can't state your conversation or and the women will automatically fall back, then that's on you. I'm not coddling anybody. All right, you got to be a man to be on this panel. I've said that several times. You can't be in a little punk coming up here, or it's not going to be a good place for you. So please, I don't mind y'all coming up here stating what you got to state, speaking your mind about Kevin Samuels and what he meant to you. I'm cool with all of that. All right, please just don't be filibustering with this whack ass emotion and you over talking people. I'm gonna throw you out of here. I ain't got no patience for that. That's not a conversation. I'm telling you that right now. I don't have any patience for that. I'm telling you right now before it happened. I don't have any patience for that. I'm gonna throw you out of here. Okay? But I don't have a problem with you coming up here talking like a human being and communicating with other people. And it's okay. You can talk about how you feel. If you feel Kevin Samuels is a hero, hey, bring it. Ain't nobody saying you can't say that. Bring your talking points. Okay? We just don't want the filibustering and the crybaby and the emotional, not when you won't stop talking and you talking over everybody. We're not going to deal with that today. Okay? I done had enough of that. All right. Well, with that being said, I'm at the end of my rant. So, Dane dropped the link, and ladies, come alive. What y'all think about the rant? What y'all think about this particular subject here? The fallout of Kevin Samuels' death, and you heard the stuff from the Red Supreme. What do y'all got to say about that, ladies?
Okay. Obviously, they are so enamored that they can't hear no wrong about this guy. And then talking about it, well, come on. We always talk when we talk about Kevin Samuels, we always talk about we ain't saying anything any different. We ain't changed up. We ain't lied. Nothing. We've been like this every time the subject Kevin Samuels come up. Are we going in on his talking points? Are we going on the stuff he's saying to women?
Hey, hold on, I'm sorry, but I just saw something funny in the chat. Apparently, Derek 1981 said that Kevin Samuels was for black family and marriage. Hey man, what's that? Some kind of joke, man? What? Wow, man. Kevin Samuels was for black family and marriage. Really? When did he start doing that? I never heard anything like it. When did he start doing that? Damn, Dame, Did you see that? He said Kevin Samuels was for black family and marriage.
Okay. Black families and marriage. It didn't sound like it to me. He was telling women that You gotta accept that your man's cheating. That don't sound like marriage. That sounds like
I mean,
it sounds like an open marriage. You know.
he told a black mother not to believe her own daughter.
Mm-hmm. Unless the only thing he think of as a family is the man and the woman, no children.
He told a black mother not to believe her own daughter. Okay, Dave. Excuse me. Where's Charlene? Charlene,
She's right there.
Charlene. She might be on. She might be doing something.
No, she's right there.
Sound. All right, gaze the chat, Dave.
Okay.
Hey,
All
the
right.
link is in the chat, y'all. I mean, where are you guys at? You guys typing in the chat room, but you're not coming up on the panel. The link is right. You can also call in too.
Mm-hmm.
If by some reason you can't click on the link, call in. You know, y'all talking stuff in the chat. I see. I'm not about all that chat stuff. All right. You know, listen, if you feel that this is some kind of injustice, hit the link. Can you turn the light out, please? Thank you. That was one.
Uh-huh. Okay, so yeah, so he wasn't about no black family that I could see, you know, that yeah. He wasn't about black men and women getting together. He kept recommending that, hey, go white, go non-black. He kept trying to get women to accept that she's gonna have to marry a man who's not gonna be faithful to her, or should have no expectation.
Yeah, but he told a black mother not to believe her daughter.
That's the worst thing he could do. That's one of the things you men are complaining about when y'all were children, that your mother took the boyfriend, the stepfather, the father side over y'all being abused. Oh, but y'all want her to, but he's telling her he shouldn't listen to his child. She could be lying. So he's basically saying y'all lying.
Man, again, where is the smoke? You guys talk a good game, but you guys all talk. Now you're running your mouth about people being disrespectful, and you're gonna take flight. And Kevin Samuels was right. And Randy, you want to enlighten us on what Kevin Samuels was right about? I'm curious about that too. What was he right about? I've heard that several times. Kevin Samuels was right. Kevin Samuels was right. Right about what? I want to know what he was right about. And again, we still haven't had anybody tell us any legitimate truth that he told. I mean, Randy gave it a shot, and we want to give him an E for effort. He gave us the best shot. His best shot was that Kevin Samuels said that black women want traditional men but don't want to be traditional themselves. He said that's what Kevin Samuels said, that was the truth about black women. Well, we debunked that. That's not the truth about black women. As a matter of fact, nothing could be further from the truth. But we appreciate Randy for making an effort. But we need you to try harder. We need some legitimate truths that this man's supposed to have said against black women. That traditional thing, that's not going to cut it. All right. And again, where are you? I'm sorry. Where are you, Kevin Samuels, crybabies? Where are you, ladies? Are you there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Cynthia G. So where do you go from here? Where do black men go from here? Where do black men go from here, y'all? What do y'all do now? Kevin Samuels is no longer here. Where do y'all got? Where do y'all go now? Man, I'm getting sleepy. Apparently, Charlene is having issues with her internet. She keeps bouncing in and out. Charlene, are you there? Is she?
Okay,
Who
wait,
just
wait,
came
hold
up?
on. Let's Charlene. Hold on, hold on. Okay, all right, Charlene.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah.
now.
Okay, because I was having some technical difficulties, but now you guys can hear me. So
Uh-huh.
what was the question?
Where do the Kevin Samuels men
Okay.
go from
Okay.
here?
Damn. Somebody calling in. Now we waiting on the smoke, Charlene.
Oh, me too. I'm here for it.
Yeah, we waiting on the smoke. I'm still trying to figure out. Randy said Kevin Samuels was right. I'm trying to figure out what he's right about. Who's on the phone, yo? Okay, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Hello. Our caller is Derek 920. Oh, wait, Derek 1981. 1981. Derek
81. All
1981.
right.
Yeah, for sure.
Come with it. What's up?
Nah, man, it ain't. I'm not gonna come with it. I'm not gonna come with it at all. It's not that kind of conversation. But what it is I feel like you. Well, I don't feel. I know that you definitely do not watch this man's show. You could not have possibly watched this man's show or do one complete show of his to say the stuff that you're saying about this man. It's so disrespectful, bro. So
Hmm.
disrespectful. How could you possibly, if you watch this man's show, believe the stuff that you believe? Where you get your information from?
I
What
actually get
where
my
these
information from.
things that you
I get
saying
my.
that you said?
All
When
right.
have you
Okay.
ever said
Let
don't
me
believe
answer you.
your own child? Like when
Right,
you
but
ever said
let me answer you. Let me answer you. Ask me a question. Let me answer. I get my information
that?
from Kevin Samuels from watching his shows.
How?
I have seen his shows. Matter of
How?
fact, I have seen it. Hey, brother, let me. I have seen his shows. I've done shows on his shows. We sat here and critiqued his shows, word for word, phase by phase.
From beginning to end?
I saw several shows. One show that really sticks out at me, what I tell you, where he told that black pregnant mother, right, that giving birth doesn't make her special. That any dog can shit out a litter of puppies and it just means her won't work. I remember that show as if it was yesterday. Man, what kind of monster says something like that to a woman? Black men don't even think like that. And then he also told the black woman that if her father got out of the shower and saw his daughter naked, that would she take the daughter's word over the father's word? So basically, he told the black mother not to believe her daughter. We've seen several things that this guy does, and a lot of things that he say. We're very
Like
familiar
what
with
else?
Kevin
Like,
Samuels, bro.
you're taking it out of context. But go ahead, keep going.
No, we're
What
not
else?
taking nothing out of context. We're not in we're not in grade school, bro. We're not taking nothing out of context.
But listen to me. I remember when you say something about he's saying that you should be able to cheat. You don't understand. He always talks about at regular women that want these high value men. That's what you're
A
telling
fictitious high value man.
well, whatever, high net worth individual, millionaires, high earners, regular, regular average women saying, I deserve nothing but high earners. So he always challenges. How do you deserve a man that makes this type of money, that's a CEO of a company? How can you even go to a corporate gala and you got a fat chest tattoo on you and fake eyelashes, fake booty, fake this? Who are you to say that you deserve that, but yet you look down on a regular, average plumber that probably makes more than a doctor, or any of these average earning $50,000, $60,000 a year men? On his shows, he would say, "Who are you to look down on this man?" He vividly says all these times, "I speak for the working man." Who are these women to say that these people are above, that these women are above these men? Where did you miss any of that? So
Well, first of all,
you picking what you want.
okay. Let me answer you.
Not talk. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let me get some of that. I'm a working man. Okay, I know a lot of working men, a lot of blue collar working men. I'm in the truck business, so I know a lot of diesel mechanics, right? Who don't feel the way, um, who don't feel like that. That they don't feel that women look down on them or anything like that. As a matter of fact, most of the black women who are married, they're married to blue. Hold on one second, brother. Most of the black men and women who are married. I'm sorry. Most of the black women who are married, they're married to blue collar black men.
Exactly. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So that kills his argument.
Talked about those.
Yeah, but that kills his argument. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. To answer the other part of your question, I'm going to refer to I have ladies here who can speak for themselves. Ladies, you heard what he said. Do you agree with what he said about how women are looking down on the average working man?
No, we don't. We don't
No.
look down.
On his show.
That's okay. If you listen further back, the person that brought up a high value man is Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere. Women were not talking about high value men until they brought it up and saying that they should be going after a man with a certain amount and stuff like that, and stop wasting time with men who don't have the money to take care of them. That came from Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere. So if the women listen to him and say, okay, well, I deserve a high value man, and they come into him for advice, saying that how do I get a high value man? What I need to do? No. And instead of telling her that, he decides to insult her or say, you got to make sure you're in good shape, that you got yourself together, that you put your baggage in the past and all that other stuff, and work on your issues before you try to go out for these men. And then where she needs to go to meet men of that caliber. That was Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere. So go fuss at them about that. No woman had any issues with the blue collar man. In fact, quite a few women were interested in blue collar men. It's Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere that put that in their head. And those that keep coming to Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere are the ones where he put that in their head, their mindset. In fact, I remember saying that I find it insulting that he concentrates on these so-called high-value six-figure men, and he's not talking about the blue-collar guy who makes a nice income and got his stuff together. Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me you have possibly watched this show. You cannot. Just because you saw a clip or X, Y, because of what you're talking about, you couldn't have. If you have, then y'all are just straight capping. Like, you could not have.
I think that you're having a hard time understanding that dude really ain't that deep, bro.
No, but listen to me. How could you say that he only speaks? He says, look, why are you show after show after show after show? Women say, I want a man that makes 6 figures plus. That's what I'm saying. Y'all cannot have watched this show.
That's a recent event.
Well, you have to
that's only recent as a couple of years ago, about 3-4 years back. Women weren't talking about it.
Hold on one second. First of all, a lot of these women. First of all, a lot of these women are very young, and they want to be seen, and they don't know what they want.
35, 40 something plus women that all say the same crap. They all say the same thing. It's like I stopped watching his show after a while because it was all the same thing. And I could tell you what a woman's gonna say as soon as she get on.
Well, I don't know where, I don't know what your issue is because again, all right, the numbers don't lie. 90%.
Putting out propaganda.
Listen.
Against a black man.
Majority of black women are married to blue collar black men. That is the largest marriage pool. That is the largest marriage pool in black society. There is no marriage pool in black society larger than the blue collar worker marriage pool.
So tell me how many people came on his show that were married? None of them.
I would hope that they wouldn't. That wouldn't be a place for them to go.
A caliber of man, and he will tell you what do you need to do to get to that caliber of man.
Well, I heard that he had a couple on his show, right? That he tried to separate.
When was what? I watched.
From what I was told, he told the man that his wife wasn't good enough for him.
Did you see that yourself? And for you to degrade this
no,
man,
I haven't. No. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I heard it from good sources.
You couldn't have.
Okay, but check this out.
Why don't you go get
Okay, so let's go back to. Hold on, man. We can go back. We can have it back and forth. But hold on a second. Let me say this. Okay. Why do you think?
Why do you and your baby daddy break
stop.
up? And then,
okay, stop. Hey.
Why don't you try to get back with him?
Okay, you filibustering, man. I understand you want. Listen, I understand you got a lot to say. We can get that out. Hold on one second, though. Let me say this. Now, I don't understand why y'all think. Excuse me.
I protect my image as a black man. I said you're pushing propaganda, and I can't let you sit here and do that, man, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Let me finish saying what I got. Let me say what I have to say. Let me say what I got to say. Okay, first of all, why do y'all think that Kevin Samuels is so complicated? He's like this Rubik's Cube. There's really nothing to this guy. This guy's not that deep. His shows are very simple. Dude, hold on one second, dude. Let me finish, man. His shows are very simplistic in nature. He's not doing it. He's not breaking any grounds here. There's nothing coming from his show that's cutting edge. This is BS rhetoric. He bullies black women. Okay, he bullies black women. He lies about the image of black men, and he tries to get black women to lower their standards. And the guy is very disrespectful towards black women in general. Period.
How, man?
Now I don't understand why y'all don't want to see that, and I get that and all, but that's what it is, man. Your man, I'm sorry to tell you, your man isn't that deep. There's really nothing to him, bro.
I'm not looking.
You shouldn't be talking about you shouldn't be talking about. Well, y'all couldn't have possibly watched the entire episode. Seriously?
Listen. 9 times out of 10, if you ask a woman how they feel about Kevin Samuels, you know what they'll say? I understand what he's saying. He's not lying. I don't like the way he says it. That is it. Like, I've been married for 12 years. Me and my wife used to watch. He was like, I don't like what he's saying, but he ain't lying. And you can ask any dude. The man speaks the truth. People just don't like the flavor of it. People want to be coddled. People want what's that? Steve Harvey and Derek Jackson to be like, hey, you did. No, he's telling you like it is. If you got this, if you got
what is it that he's supposed to be telling? Okay. Check this out. Okay, let's just say for example, let's just say for a second you was right? Where is that needed in black society?
Where's what needed? A lot of things are needed in black society. What do you mean?
No. I asked you specifically what you just said. Let's just say for a second what you said is true, right?
Okay.
Where is that needed in black society?
The truth? Where is
no,
the truth?
You said that he's telling.
What you said? You cut out for a second.
Yeah, he'll be right back. He fell off for a minute.
So let me ask y'all then, if y'all on here, if y'all don't like Kevin Samuels so much, tell me this though, how how long have y'all really been watching his content, watching his show from beginning to end?
I mean, I did. Can you guys hear me?
Did you
Yeah.
really? I've been listening to this man from 2020 when he used to grill dudes about how dare y'all approach women and y'all ain't got y'all stuff together. How dare you not take care of your family? How dare you not take care of your child? How dare you not do all these different things, man? And dudes used to be on there like, man, you right, bro. You that. And I remember he used to get like 1,000 streamers a night, man. And we used to just listen, man, put you up on game about cologne. I never was a cologne dude. I was a suit guy. Like I love it. I love a reason to wear a suit. So
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Black man in the suit. I love that about him, man, because I thought, like, man, like I'm a cat. Like I got an IBD master's degree. I was probably 2 black dudes in a class. You know what I'm saying? I always hated that. I knew I was gonna be the 1 or 2 black dudes that I could. When I saw another black dude, we always linked up right away. So I always loved that. Man, I got another black dude in the suit. He's pumping it. He's pushing. Get yourself together. Lead your family.
Yeah,
like,
I got you.
Married with children.
Wait a minute, Kevin. Wait a minute. Kevin is preaching. Wait a minute. Kevin is preaching. Get yourself together. Okay, let me ask you.
What I'm talking about.
Let me go back to what I'm talking. Let me go back to what I was saying. Okay, so one. Are you married to a black woman? Are you married to a black woman?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so now you say Kevin Samuels. Okay, hold on, dog. Hold on. You're saying that Kevin Samuels is telling black women the truth, right? Okay, given the fact that the majority of the black women don't have a problem dating men or getting married or having relationships, where is that needed in black society?
What's your about black men marrying black women and having black
Okay, let me say it one more time. Let me say it one more time. Okay? Given the fact that majority of black women, because we know majority of black women are married, especially the blue collar workers, don't have a problem dating or getting married or having relationships, right? Where is that needed that you say he's telling black women the truth? Where is that needed in black society?
Okay, let me ask you this then. And your question is not a complete question. I don't even understand that. But let me say, how many black
Okay,
women?
I don't know. Is there something hard about the question I just said? Excuse me. I don't.
How many black women are there?
Charlene, Dame. Is there something hard about the question I just asked?
No.
Oh, ask the women. Women, what did he ask?
Charlene, did you understand the question? Ladies in the chat, did y'all understand the question? Did anybody have a problem with the question?
Black women that are married to blue collar women.
Now, you just said that you got master's degrees and you in Ivy League colleges and all this stuff. I don't understand why you having a problem with a basic question. It's a very basic question. There's nothing hard about the question.
So you say if
It's a very straightforward question.
Let me call this.
Given the fact that majority of black women do not have a problem dating or getting married or having relationships, then where is what Kevin Samuels do or does, you quote and unquote, telling women the truth, where does that fit? I mean, where is that needed in black society?
Okay, so I get what you mean, but that's still, like I said, it's still a crazy question. I guess
the question not crazy. The point with that, big brother, is Kevin was only talking about the 1% of the top 1%ers. That's not neat. Him talking about that is not needed in black society.
Thanks, Kev.
We got a majority of the black families together, right? So he's saying like, how was what he's saying the truth and what is what Black Knight is asking. So you got to come up with what his truth was, because he was only talking about the 1%. That don't affect everyday folks like me and you.
Exactly. He pretty much talking about the super elite.
It wasn't based around the 1%.
Right, but that's what
it wasn't based around the majority either.
But a lot of the women that came over on his show said they wanted the 1%. So he would say, okay, how what are you doing to get the 1%?
I was a long time sub of Kevin Samuels, long before
the average
at best thing. Long before that.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
I was disappointed that the man gone. I remember subscribing to his channel back when he was selling cologne and was talking about how to match your outfits and stuff. And they got a couple brothers that was doing that because I was thinking
He was
about
talking
going.
about fashion and all of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was talking about, and for years he talking about getting yourself together and your image and male image. He
Talking to
did
men.
that.
Yeah. He was saying how
Yeah.
important the black man
And
can
then
be.
he took
Yeah.
calls and stuff,
Yeah.
right? And he tell man, look, man, you got to get such and such straight first. He was on the men for 3-4 years. He never lied about that.
Yeah.
I was listening to him then. And he just
Yeah.
happened to stumble on that other thing, and that blew up because that's why most of his followers were men in clothes. I could tell you, Summer Peach was the cologne that I was going to get. That shit $200 and something for an ounce, though. But that shit smelled good. But but
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
kind of
I
thing because
remember
I
that.
wanted
Yeah.
to improve my wardrobe.
That kind of money.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why men was following first, not these dudes that's easily, living their life through damn YouTube. That wasn't how it was at first. But matching a pinstripe blazer with the right colors, that's what I was looking for when I wanted to go and get measured up in some comfortable dress shoes outside of wingtips because I've been a blue collar worker all my life, so that was good tips. But I got a couple brothers did that. Now the average at best thing, I agree with him on that. When he said that woman looked average, and to me, she looked good because to me the average black woman looked good. Well, yeah, she looked about average because most black women to me look good looking women. So I didn't get it, but I understood how it went. And
Yeah.
actually, I thought she had on a little too much. I was like, she had on doing a little too much. But the lady did have some accomplishment. But I saw how that interview went. And like you said, Black Knight, the women make the show.
Yep. They
He has
showing up
no
there.
kind. There's nothing to talk about if the women didn't call.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I go on Bomb Channel. I say, listen, y'all fall into that trap because I do see a lot of women go on the show and they're like, well, I'll work with a man. No, you want your man to pay all the bills or not? You see what I'm saying? Then you locked in that box of that 1%, and that's all he's talking about because the average black person, woman, and pretty much every other race will work with someone in
Yep.
any type of situation. That's the way we live,
With the blue collar workers.
Right. So
Can I just jump in there for a second? So when he's
right.
saying like, oh, you want kids, he got that regular old lineup. I don't see plenty of these shows. Yeah, you want kids? How many kids you want? Where you live? What kind of lifestyle do you want? And the lifestyle that a lot of these single women used to say, because I don't know where we're talking about married women and all that other stuff. I'm married, but I used to watch this. I can believe this. I never, all that other stuff. No, but when he used to say, what kind of lifestyle? Okay, so you said, okay, what kind of man would you need to provide that lifestyle that you want? And he asked you, where do you live? Do you want your kids to go to private school? X, Y, and Z. He said, all right, well, you're going to need a man that's making 120, 130, or whatever, because you want to travel domestically, whatever. Then he'll go into, okay, so what are you doing to get that kind of man? What kind of job does these men do? Where would you meet them? What are you
There you
doing?
go.
Doing nothing. Half of them say, I'm waiting for this.
Eric, you can hit the link.
Huh? What you say?
He was talking to
somebody in the chat. He was talking
Hold on,
about-
can I say something on that? If you ask a person, do you want the best or do you want to settle? Everybody's gonna say I want the best. So you can't like blame the woman.
Right. So he
Yeah,
was in the trap.
And as I said, the manosphere Kevin Samuels put that six-figure thing in women's head. Women were, as long as he was making a good job, he was working, doing a good job where they can live comfortably, they were fine. But I was saying the six-figure and six-figure nonsense and high-value man started coming up.
Yeah, then they shame women for having degrees and having jobs. Like you can't have it both ways.
and it just spiraled from there. I mean, but then you hear some that, I mean, look what came out of a lot of that. You hear some that literally just says if you ain't making 100,000, you ain't shit. I mean, if you, I asked somebody, well, hold on, you know, and it was just on, you know, on another channel, friendly channel. I said, well, listen,
Was that a woman
how
or a
much?
man?
Huh? No, I was asking one of the females in people I chat with. I'm like, how much you think a man should be making at 30 years old, not to be considered, you know, a bum or dusty? She said at least 70,000 at 30. God
I
damn,
mean, I think
that's
you
unreal.
can't.
Right,
Everybody is different. Every man is different. We don't know their work ethic. We don't know where they came from. We don't know their struggles in their life. We don't know what path in life they chose.
mhm,
Mhm.
right. But some of them start thinking that right along with it, you know. And I was like,
Mhm.
that's, and then you also got to understand. I had to tell people, you got to understand when folks talking from California and New York, that's completely different.
Mhm.
100,000 is an obtainable goal, but you don't need to make that in the rest of what 70% of the country. That's
Yeah,
a
Mhm.
it's harder.
that's a
You're
middle
right.
Yeah.
class salary, and you can live real good off of
I
one.
agree.
You know,
Yeah.
they don't understand that though, and those are the loudest speakers.
Yeah. Because I
But
live in the
that's what
country. A
Kevin
guy
Samuels
making
used to say.
30,000 a year sounds good.
Right.
Because
Just a good
our
hard working
income
man
level is
ain't
so
never
low.
got old.
And I was approached by a man talking about the six-figure dude, 100. In fact, there was a guy who was talking where he kept bringing up 150,000. What do you think of a guy that makes? I said, I guess it's all right, whatever. That's not important. I'm like, why you keep bringing that up? I said, are you
That's
looking
anecdotal.
for my level that I would turn into a prostitute over or something like that? Because he kept bringing it up. I was like, well, that wasn't that important to me at the time. I was like, oh, I guess it would be nice. I guess okay, but that wasn't my issue at the
Right.
time that we was having discussion. He
Right.
kept
Because it always been
bombarding me
a
with
good
that.
man. A
So
good
if
man.
you keep being bombarded by that, then maybe the women like, okay, well,
That
maybe
no,
the
no,
good men
no,
are actually making the more the higher up
no.
money.
I don't know where y'all been. I don't know where y'all been. But out here, you come to a girl so much you make $30,000-$40,000 a year. She gonna look at you like you stink.
Where you
I
at?
Yeah, but if you go down
I
south, you tell a
guarantee.
girl you make 30,000-40,000 a year, she think you're doing good.
Right, because you know why they on your team.
No,
That's good.
I don't.
Glad you're working. You
I'm talking
know,
about.
Yeah, yeah, we just glad you work it, and for
and
some
you're a
of us,
good
that's
person.
acceptable.
You're a good man or a good woman. That's fine.
Hmm.
You know, and they shame you guys shame women on a constant basis and say she should have chose better. Why are you working? Why didn't you choose better? You know he was ain't shit. And then you guys turn around and flip the narrative and said, why didn't you choose him?
Yeah, yeah, and you get all that piled up in there together. Then you have
I
women are
will
saying,
say this.
as I
I will
said, if
say
you
this.
Yeah, but
go back,
let me
YouTube,
let me see this.
about 4 or
Speaking
5
about the topic,
years,
right?
that wasn't what was going on with the women. That's not what they were talking about. That was what men were talking about. They kept saying six-figure N word, six-figure
How
Hey,
dude.
can
hold on, Dame, hold on. You're over talking again. Let him talk.
Mhm. Go ahead.
dudes
Go ahead,
making
Derek.
50,000 say, oh, you need to be if the majority of dudes making 50 some thousand, 40 some thousand, how can we be like, nah, you need a 50 some 100 some thousand man? That was not what he used to. That's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't watch the show. Have some girls on there used to say, I need a man making six figures or more. And he used to be like, what's wrong with an average dude?
Yeah,
What's
he
wrong with
did.
a man
That's
at the
true.
plant? What's wrong with a man at working,
Right.
a blue
Truck
collar man?
driver.
I don't even believe half
Those
them damn
men built
podcasts
the
is real.
world.
I believe it.
He used to say, those men, the one that
I don't believe it, man. You know what woman gonna come in there talking about she don't want an average? I mean, black women don't talk like that. I've never been around black
No,
women
they
who talk
got
like
women
that.
that's looking for that lifestyle.
Matter of fact, all of his videos are not gone. Y'all can go back and watch his videos.
But
Go
it's
back.
not just his show. Even the
I don't know,
matchmaking.
man. I think so. I think he may have paid some of the women to say some crazy shit so he
All
can have a
right.
certain kind of
Nah,
show.
man.
But
No,
look
that's
here, Black Knight.
like
You
I used
got
to be like,
you
nah,
got other shows like the matchmaking show, the lady Kiki or whatever. They come on her show with that.
y'all just making up shit.
Right. And then other interviews and
Watch
stuff
the show.
like that that had nothing to do with Kevin Samuels. They say the same thing.
So you saying black women are running around here talking about something? Well, I don't want no average dude. I want some dude making all kinds of crazy ass money because I
I
deserve
think
it.
a few of them live in a fantasy and they're the ones that speak the
Yes,
loudest.
and Kevin Samuels used to tell them like, y'all are delusional. And he used to ask him, all right, so how many men
Okay, but that's
are
not even the majority. Okay, but if they're talking about these types of women,
they would
that's
not
got
know.
to be a minority though.
Yeah, but it looked like the average woman was
So we
saying
talk,
that's
That
what they
is not
want.
true in real life because people go by
representing
if
this
they
show,
like you and how you look. They don't really go by how much money you make. They go by how you like. If you like them, because if you like a person, you could bear like you could be like, okay, he don't make a lot of money, but I like his presence, I like his vibration, he's around me,
I'm talking about y'all
I'm
stuff
only talking about the women that call on these shows.
on
I
his show.
believe those are real
Y-
calls. I
Yeah,
just
but
don't think
he's
that's the
also
average
making
woman.
those women the general.
How is
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're gonna
those are the
say
people
you
that
talking
they
about a
call
certain type of
show.
women, but then you say women in general, black women in general, then you contradicting yourself. It's
Oh well,
either certain
no,
type of woman,
I stand to
or
be
are you
corrected
talking
on that.
about
Yeah.
black women in general?
No, I'm only talking about these shows, not in general, not general
This show,
population.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then, but let's go back. Let's go back because the monologue of absolute disrespect for this man as he died was crazy, bro. And that's
Okay,
what I don't get. And as a black man, bro, I'm like, I cannot believe. I don't even
okay,
call stuff like
how were we disrespecting them?
How were
How
we
was
supposed to
the
pay
Evidence
him?
Star Network
about this man
disrespecting
was
them?
just flat lies. Like, go back and watch his videos from end to end. You could not have that man has influenced a lot of black men to get themselves together, to go back to school, to stop wearing Jordans, to start wearing hard bottoms, button up,
Oh yeah, I do remember that
nice,
when he
presenting,
he first came on
presenting yourself. He
Obsidian.
always used to say, present yourself in the best light as a black man. He said, honor your black image, take control back of your house, take care of your kids. I don't think y'all cannot have possibly.
Okay,
A lot of people picked
and
him
when
up
the last
after
time
the
he
manosphere
mentioned
picked
that?
him up. He was successful
Go
already.
back to all of his videos.
Right. Then when the manosphere picked him up, it was different. But he was on the men for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I remember in the beginning
Saying, get yourself together. Like what?
when he was when Obsidian brought him out to try to
I'll be
get
right back, yo.
Manosphere to level up because he was tired of seeing men in tennis shoes and track shoes. I remember that.
Right.
Before y'all get up here and defame this man in his death, which is absolutely disrespectful. I can't believe it. Especially coming from another black man. I'm sorry, bro. But please go back and watch his videos. Go back. Go back. Before y'all see a couple of clips and stuff like that, and even as black women, I'm like, no.
Well, most of the black women that came on this show like him.
Y'all might have seen some
They
clips
like him.
right there, but y'all could not have seen
I
his
think
content.
your fan base liked
Could not
him. There was a lot of women.
Okay, so what precisely did we say? That was a lie.
about who? Kevin Samuels? The stuff that
Yeah,
he said?
you came up here because you're saying that we're lying on him. What did we say that was a
Well, y'all
lie?
to say that how did he used to bash black women? I used to hear I hear that a lot. How did he bash black women? He might have said true things in the flavor that y'all didn't like, but how did he lie on black women and how did he lie on black men? That's
Okay, so you saying that he did not tell a woman that just because she had a baby don't mean anything, that a dog can shit out puppies? Did he or did he not say that?
No, listen.
Okay, I'm back. Hold on 1 second. First of all, nobody said that he. First of all, excuse me, sir. Nobody said that he lied on black women, but he did lie on black men. And two, he said a lot of hold on, brother. If you want somebody to answer the question, then let him answer the question. Okay, now you asked the question like you thought we couldn't answer. We can answer.
I don't want to bust nobody.
I'm just saying we can answer the question, brother. Let us answer the question. Okay? No, he didn't lie. I never said he lied on black women. Okay? I never said that. But he did lie on black men, and he also talked really, really nasty to black women at times on his show and said some of the most horrific things I ever heard a black man say to a black woman. What kind of black man? Again, I'll say this one more time. What kind of black man tells a black woman who's about to give birth to a child that giving birth don't make her special, and that any dog can shit out a litter of puppies? It just means her womb work. Kind of black man are you to say something like that to a black man, bro? I'm sorry. What kind of black man are you to say something like that to a black woman?
I'll take you at your word, but you can't. Can you tell me that? Can you tell me this? That people, a lot of women say that they're the queen of whatever because they give birth only. You know, there's a lot of.
And listen, I got another. And check this out. I got something else for you too, right? Where was all of this? Wait a minute. I noticed that you guys got all of. Well, hold on 1 second. I noticed you guys got all of this rage and all of this outrage for the death of Kevin Samuels, right? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Now you up here with the emphatic Martin Luther King about him dying and all of this disrespect, right? But where was all of this for Corin Gaines, who died, right, defending a black male?
What?
Defending one of you. Where was all of this for Corin Gaines, who died defending one of you? Who was brutally murdered. Wait a minute. Who was brutally murdered in cold blood defending one of you.
Bro, I can name you people in my immediate circle who have died defending total stranger women.
We're talking about Corin Gaines, bro. We're not going left. We're not going left and right. We're going to stay straight on Corin Gaines. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anybody say anything in her defense when she died defending her black son. And they murdered her in cold blood. They did her dirty.
I've never heard that story, but let me tell you, how many black men have died defending black women? No? So what?
No, I'm not saying that black men haven't. We did a show on a young boy who tried to save both his mother and his sister against his father, who killed all three of them.
Well, I can tell you about a stepfather who died defending a child that wasn't his because she decided to mess with a dude in that life.
Yeah, but then that would fit your Kevin Samuels. Right, but that would fit your Kevin Samuels. Right, but that would fit your Kevin Samuels narrative, and that will go to the overall gender war between black men and black women, right? What happens to be this fictitious, high value men that really don't exist. It's a copy of white men with money and Arab men with money. Come on, dude.
What are you talking about, man? You going all off topic here.
No, man, it's what your man is talking about. It's not me. Your man introduced all of these terms.
The man obviously says all the time, I did not come up with this concept of high value men. He says that shit all the time.
Right, just like the manosphere, just like the black manosphere didn't come up with their version of the manosphere, right? They got that from white men. So what's this really about? You guys want to be like white men?
There was a manosphere period, and black men used to be in it.
They used to be in it, but then they broke away. Man, what are we doing? We don't. Yeah, but
go ahead.
Yeah, but we don't need a black. What do you need a black manosphere for?
What?
What do we need a black manosphere for? They don't do anything.
What? Okay, man.
And Kevin, listen. I'm still check this out. I'm still hard pressed. Okay.
Cool, man.
Randy SoCal said that Kevin Samuels, right? Kevin Samuels did something.
I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Well, no, he's in the case. He's a Kevin Samuels supporter, right? He said that Kevin Samuels told the truth, I believe. Now, he said that, now check this out. You might be able to relate to this. He said that Kevin Samuels told black women that they want a traditional black male, but don't want to be traditional themselves. Do you agree with that statement?
Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe it.
You don't?
No, I don't.
So you've never heard these women that say, I need a man that can do this, provide, protect, X, Y, Z, but I don't cook, I don't clean. That's slavery. X, Y, and Z. You got to do this for me. You got to do that for me. You don't never hear that? You ain't never heard of that.
I'll be honest, I have heard some of that.
No?
I have heard some of that.
Okay.
Ask the women then. Ask the women on the show.
Okay, 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 ladies.
Any
He's
women
calling
like that.
y'all out.
I always said, I've always said, what do you mean you can't cook, you can't clean? That's basic adult stuff. I've been
Okay.
cooking at my apartment since forever. I've been doing my laundry since I was 10. Ain't nobody asking you to slave. We just asking you to do basic family stuff. I do laundry. I fold clothes. I don't sit back and say, wife, you need to do this, you need to do that. My wife cooks the majority of the time because she's better at doing it. But if I
Yeah.
had the time, I will cook too. But if you telling me, nah, I ain't doing none of that, I ain't doing none of this, and I'm coming home cleaning and cooking, what?
It
So
sounds
what's
like you're
that?
quoting
A
A
woman that
Cardi
wants a
B song.
traditional man.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Tabitha caught you too, man. Tabitha in the chat says Cardi B lyrics.
Yeah, and then Cardi B ain't black.
Real clean.
hmm
It's okay and fine for these women to
And
do
and basically and basically she's saying that she don't have to cook and clean to get and keep her man and stuff
Fact.
like
but
that.
she
Now,
does.
if she telling him she don't cook and she clean, and he still gets with her, that's his fault and
Ooh,
stuff
we
like
done
Fact.
hit
that. If
50.
a
Hey,
woman
hey,
tells you
y'all.
she's not gonna cook or clean,
Shout
then
out.
that ain't the
Hold
woman
on,
for you. You
Dave.
keep on stepping.
Dave, hold on.
Mhm.
Shout out to everybody, man. We done hit 50 in the chat.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Shout out to
Hit,
everybody, man.
hit the like
Get these
button.
numbers. Hit the like buttons, please. All
Please subscribe
right.
and hit the like button.
Yeah, and
Don't be
those of
afraid to
you
hit them cash
who's
apps either.
writing books in the chat,
Yeah.
come on. The link is there. Come on and say what you
Drop the
gotta
link.
say. Because I
And
guess he can't see the chat. So he
Zoe
can't see
Zucchini,
this.
what
I'm
do you mean
telling
I'm
you.
not being what do you mean I'm not being genuine? What are you talking about? Come on, man. I don't know what you guys are afraid of. Ain't nobody gonna bite. Come on, we have a caller up here.
I ain't come on here
Hit the link.
y'all to be like this, so I'm out because I can't see it. I can't see the chat. I'm talking to y'all from a phone line.
Right,
Oh,
right.
okay.
Either or, yeah. For y'all to say that, oh, these women are traditional. Nah,
We didn't
I
say
don't know.
they
I
were.
don't know
We
what
never
y'all
said
think.
those women were
We
traditional.
never said that.
What are we talking about then? If y'all, even I'm asking the women. Y'all think it? Men want tradition. I mean, women want traditional men, but
Uh-huh.
they not traditional men, not traditional women. What?
Okay, well, okay, I've heard more of the men wanting traditional women, but yet they don't want to meet up to the standard of a traditional man.
Facts.
So when you hear women referring to traditional men, they say, "Okay, you want me to be a traditional woman, then you got to live up to the standard of a traditional man."
Let me ask y'all,
Facts.
what y'all think a traditional woman is? Because I pay all the bills in my house.
I
Anything that
mean, she
anything that's
supports
paid for in the
you.
house, I pay for it.
She
She,
supports you. She take
yeah,
care of your kids. She take care of the home.
yeah,
She pays the bill. She take the money you give her to take care of the house, and she take care of the house. And she invests in the both of y'all.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot of women who will do
Okay,
that.
so do y'all see a lot of that these days?
Yes, we see a lot of women take on.
Yeah. Outside of YouTube, I see all that all the time.
Really, dude? Really? Come on. We see.
I'm gonna ask y'all
And I'm not talking about older people. I'm talking about people in their 30s and 35, young couples. They work together. We're not talking about just the older folks that been married 40, 50 years. We're talking about the newer ones, some that been married 10 years, 5 years, or even
yeah,
just
I
getting
can
married. They've been living together and they finally tied the knot, you know.
I can attest to that. I'm one of them. I've been married for 12 years. I'm
Mm-hmm.
almost
Okay.
40, but I've been married since I was 30.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and we work
Yeah,
together X,
yeah.
Y, and Z. But
But
and I know what
did you meet
but
your wife on
I
YouTube, or did you meet her
no,
out in the world?
absolutely not. I met her out in the world.
Okay, so
But
we
what
gotta
I'm saying,
understand on both sides. Even though Kevin Samuel said a lot of stuff that was just horrible and hateful, yes, we concentrate on that because it was horrible and hateful. He could have said the same thing without having to say those exact thing, like the woman in birth.
Shout out to Queen
Mhm.
Maya. What up,
I
Rue?
think I know. You know what I think?
And yes, I've heard him say some things that I agree with, but he's a lot of it is too much where it's her fault, her fault, her fault. I can understand telling her this is what you need to work on. You got to do this, you got to do that, and you need to be this that, and you got to work on your issues and stuff like this. And him asking questions to find out if she is in fact ready and stuff like that.
You know what? A lot of times and there was a point where I was like, damn, Kevin, you were wild. And I kind of fell off one because, like I say, he talks about the same thing. It always the same thing every time.
Yeah.
Like, a woman comes in, and I noticed this on the show. A lot of women be lying. So he'll press them until they just start unfolding, and then they're like, "Oh, you being hard." But that man was so hard on you. Well, dudes don't really take it like that anyway. But he'll straight cuss you and be like, how dare you go into a woman's house and you got skid marks in your drawers? You want a woman to clean your stuff and you ain't this, that, and you ain't got your stuff together. He's way more harsher on dudes, man. I just think a lot of what he used to say used to hit home with a lot of women, especially the part where how you think you're going to get a man that do this, that, and the third, and you guys read kids by 3% baby daddy. What you think? And it used to hit home for a lot of these women, and they ain't like it.
But I also seen him go on women who don't have multiple kids or multiple baby dads. I've seen him go hard on a woman that just have one kid, or she was
going hard. Somebody going hard on you. What's wrong with that? If he ain't lying.
But he don't know if that's true or not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's knocking out everything she's trying to do to make those changes. She's getting in shape. She's working on herself. She got a job that she's working at. She take care of her kid, but yet he's telling horrible things, and he's trying to make her give up instead of saying, "Okay, it's gonna be hard." No. I'm not saying there's not a man out there that might accept you, but it's gonna be harder on you because you do have these things. But he don't say that.
No way. No.
He tears her down.
Yeah, he tears her down.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a friend. But the conversation was good though.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Sorry if I ran over you a few times, but I was.
Yeah, man. No hey, Derek, we appreciate it, man. We appreciate you coming through, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more than welcome to come in and chat again.
Before y'all say the stuff y'all say, y'all need to go back and watch this man. And then if y'all say, all right, well, I'm convinced. Then if y'all gonna say this stuff publicly, y'all need to come back and apologize publicly because that is absolutely wrong.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, because the stuff we mentioned is the things he actually came out of his mouth. So we're gonna say he didn't actually say what he said. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna apologize for the stuff that came out of his mouth.
That's funny. Yeah, but we appreciate you coming up though, man.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I don't know why these guys think that Kevin Samuels is that deep. Like he's some complicated. You know what I'm saying? There really ain't nothing to do, man. I mean, he's very simplistic. His shows are very simplistic and straightforward. There's no air of mystery. There's no complication. There's nothing going on here. There's no mystery. Okay, dude is an open book. I mean, he's right there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back, ladies. I gotta get off on hold it down for about 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, and if he don't care about the things that's coming out of his mouth, why should I, pretty it up for him?
We not apologizing. I don't know what he was thinking, talking about we gonna apologize.
Most of the stuff I brought up was the things that came out of his mouth. He did tell this woman that he was trying to tear her down. That make that the fact that she gave birth that's not important. That's not a value. When a lot of what he's talking about is not wasting your birthing years and stuff like that, and and saving it for the high value man, because he ain't gonna be interested in a woman that have kids. He wants to have his own kids. Dude, then you tear down the fact that part of her value is that she is a woman who can give birth or is pregnant or capable, because not every woman is.
Hold on, me address somebody in the chat. So, Chris, we are not saying that, we feel like we do feel bad that he died. We're just
Yeah.
talking about his talking points and what he stood for and what he did. We are sorry for his loss. We don't wish death upon anybody. We on here because we talking about his talking points.
Yeah. Now, I did kind of laugh at a few of the women. I do know some of them that are kind of seem to be celebrating, but that's them. They have their issues of their own with him, and I let them be. I just think it's hilarious. Hmm. And you need to talk to them, and they're gonna tell you to pretty much f off. They feel the way they feel, and they're not gonna lie about it.
Facts.
They so you trying to encourage black women to lie? Y'all telling us don't lie. Stop lying. Okay, well then you can't have it both ways, dude. If they feel like celebrating because he's gone, well, that's them.
And that whole I hate that whole narrative saying that, when the woman gets on there and she starts talking, he start asking her questions about, like, you could ask anybody. Like, Damon, if I was to ask you, do you want a high value man? You would say yes, right? Like, of course, because
Hmm.
high value can mean different things to different people. And of
Hmm.
course, would I want a low value man? No, I would want a high value man. I don't understand like that. That
Yeah.
shit is a
Yeah,
gimmick.
and then and I'm telling you, Kevin Samuels and the Man in the Spirit introduced that. He even said he didn't come up with it. Where do you think he got it from? He got it from when he was with the Man in the Spirit. That, excuse you, I know that much about him. I was there and stuff like that. I was there when he got dragged for them shoes.
Facts. And just for him to simply say, remember that girl, the average at best girl? I
Uh-huh.
thought she was pretty. It was nothing wrong with her. And I felt
Uh-huh.
like if she would have been dating, in her realm, she would have found somebody. And for
Yeah.
people to say, oh, high value men, they want this and they want that,
They, they,
that
they
is
got mad at her because she said she tried dating men who wasn't on her economic level, and there was issues. They had issues either with her business or how well she was doing, or they tried to use her. So she
Mhm.
felt that if she goes with a guy that's on her same income level, that wouldn't be an issue. He would not be jealous of her doing good because he's doing good. He would not be trying to use her because he's sure he's gonna be busy with his business, and he sure don't want to have her use him. You put out there what you send out. He don't need her money in that sense. That's why she wanted a man of her income level. But no, they took it as some kind of way that she's looking down on men of a lower income level than she is. No, she's just trying to avoid the same mistakes she done before.
And that's facts. Think about it. And a man that's on the higher income level, he has the discipline. He knows how to, talk to people. He knows how to project. He knows how to conversate. So why shouldn't she have that if she could do the same thing? I don't, and they have something to relate to. I don't understand this whole, like, she didn't deserve that or she should get a regular man. And she's blatantly telling you she tried. And she went on the show asking him for assistance and help. And he gonna tell her that she needs therapy. I was like, nothing in that conversation was that she needs therapy. I didn't understand that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he just fixated on why you think you deserve, uh, and he didn't really listen to what she was saying. But yeah, he got mad that she supposedly wasn't listening to what he was saying. Okay, then y'all weren't listening to each other. Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, this is King City. Hey, King City, welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing? Yeah, I'm taking a break from driving right now.
Uh-huh.
I just want to come in and say a couple of things
Okay.
about the whole Kevin Samuels thing. When you really look at his life, like he didn't get really famous and like get a lot of notoriety until like the very end of his life. Like if you notice that, like at the very end of his life, that's when he got a lot of notoriety and a lot of fame. And then another thing, he didn't he talks about his image. He didn't really get his image up, okay, to its zenith of what it could be until right at the very end of his life. So it's like right at the very he spent his whole life getting up to that point. And he got up to that point. He became the most popular black male YouTuber and stuff. He got up to that point, but it was right at the very end of his life. And I think it's something very telling about that for the rest of us is that life is really a journey, and you may not actually reach, you know, the height of your wisdom or the height of your career or whatever it's going to be until the very end of it, because now you have your whole rest of your life culminating into making you, you know, what you are when you do reach the top at the end of your life. So I think that's something people you need to look at and bring into perspective.
Okay.
Okay. We got
Okay.
Queen Mod. Did you want to add something, Queen?
Mm-hmm. Hey, sisters and brothers. For
Hi.
me, Kevin Samuels' passing is a time of reflection. It teaches us we're not permanent on this earth, and our material possessions, our visibility and status, we can't take those things with us. As far as Kevin Samuels being gay and all that other stuff, total BS. People get those opinions from Photoshop photos, his early high school pictures, and people being disingenuous on the internet, showing his skinnier pictures and stuff, saying, "Oh, look at him, he's gay," photoshopping him alongside men in his bed and whatever. All these get their opinions from episodic, microwavable junk. And that's usually black people. They don't go to like the source to get their information. For those people, I would say, see the Tasha K interview he did with her, because he's focused mine on a different approach, on a different level. And the other thing is, people are quick to be like, "Oh yeah, we liked it." What's his name? The Like a Medea movie where she talks shit about people or is stern to people, but they don't like what Kevin Samuels has to say. And then everybody on YouTube talks crap 24/7, and then they're like, "Oh no, he talks too harsh to people." It's like, well, what do you think you guys are doing 24/7? You know, it's just about no accountability and no standards. People don't want to change.
And you know, to piggyback off of it, it's that what you have to realize, like, I don't believe that, like, there's no point in attacking Kevin Samuels for what he may have said to certain women, because you have to ask yourself, why did those women go to his platform? If he was disparaging and insulting these women and stuff, what was it that made those particular women go over there to this man's platform because they willingly went over there. Nobody forced these women. Nobody made these women go over there.
I
These
can
women,
actually tell you why they do it.
Yeah,
Because they
we,
love the
women.
attention,
Hold on, Queen,
but they
Queen.
don't like the response
I'm
they're
not
going
done.
to
Queen,
get.
Queen, 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 let
These
him finish.
these women willingly went over there to speak with this man. So evidently, they must have found some sort of value of being over there. And I just
Hmm.
wanted to add that.
It's because
Okay,
black
go ahead,
people like
Queen.
attention, but they don't like the response they get with that attention.
Mm.
And my theory is that they go up there thinking I'm not like these women that they're talking about, and so I am different. And then they get treated the same, and they surprised and hurt.
So how did you
That's
feel about
true.
them? Did you hate
That's
them or did you like them?
Um, not one way or the other. I didn't like the way he was talking. Some of the things he was saying to women, to some of the women, or the way he phrased certain things. You know, I thought he could have said it
Hmm.
a whole other
Well,
way. He still got his point across.
how can you help someone
Hold
being
on.
like fake and being nice to them and not being harsh with them? Because only a true friend trying to help you will be honest with you.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being honest and outright disrespectful. I don't know
I
why you
don't
act
think
like
he
you
was
can't tell.
disrespectful.
I don't understand why we
He
have
was.
adults who can't seem to tell the difference between the two. That's a little
Okay,
shocking.
but
Now,
Kevin was
when it was
I mean,
obvious,
people try to dox him and they slandered him as
okay, yeah,
gay,
that's fine. But let me
and
address
no
something.
one
Yeah,
cares
I
about
got you,
that
Queen. Hold on
though.
one second, Queen. Hold on one second, Queen. Let me address what City of Truth was saying. First of all, he wasn't just insulting those black women that came on his panel. He was talking to black women in general, period. Okay, his show was addressed to black women, period, not just the ones that came on his show.
We actually talked
Okay,
to black
so
men
let's get
first.
that. So let's get that out there. It wasn't just like, well, why are we talking about those women? Didn't say nothing. Okay, and he wasn't just
Well,
talking to
what's
those
up?
women.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, Amir? What's going on?
Nothing much. Yeah.
Great
I'm
talk
looking at you.
here.
The whole
I'm
thing
looking
of
at your new tag there, bro.
oh yeah, yeah. The whole thing about it is
Oh my God.
the reason why like the reason why Kevin didn't pop off till he started dealing with black women is because black women are much more open to self improvement. You know, like you know, as black men, there's all these built-in excuses for why they might be underachieving or underperforming in life, this, that, and the third, or whatever the case is. You see what I'm saying? Because he
Mhm.
did go to the men first, and the men didn't want to hear anything he had to say. Like if you notice with this whole relationship guru thing, it's all directed at the women because the women are more interested and invested in having a meaningful relationship than these dudes. But then they'll turn right around and gaslight these women. So, for example, they'll tell these women marry before you carry, knowing good and well the majority of them have no real interest in getting married. So it's
So
just
let
this
me just
gaslighting
add
going on.
this
Look,
to a
now
Mary.
hold on. Let me finish. Because the whole bottom line is let's not act like Kevin Samuels was some national treasure for black people on the level of Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or something like that. Kevin Samuels was a YouTuber whose only interested was in getting the bag and getting rich, and he accomplished that. But this whole thing where we're trying to elevate him to a level, nah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like so for
Okay,
me,
Mary,
yeah.
here's your question. Okay.
Mm.
Do you judge a movie by seeing a segment of the movement? I mean, the movie and saying, you know what, I like this movie, or do you see the entire movie first and then judge it?
I judge a movie by the trailer. If I watch the trailer and the trailer doesn't look interested, I don't want to. I don't want to see it. You know
But
what I'm
you
saying?
haven't
So
seen the
it doesn't matter.
movie.
It doesn't matter. That's what the trailers are for. The trailers or the promotion or the marketing for the movie. That's
Yeah,
you
but
either
that's the
you
ignorance of black people
no that no
usually.
that's not
They're
ignorant. Listen, they're
episodic,
not. No,
microwavable
listen.
people. They only need
Mhm.
like 10 seconds to love or hate someone, and that's ignorant.
you made you made the movie analogy, and I'm just telling you that people make their decisions of wanting to watch a movie based off the trailer, based off the promotion. So you know what I'm saying. So just to be honest with you, from what I saw of his segments and his trailers or whatever you want to call it, his highlights, I wasn't impressed. You know what I'm
Now,
saying?
would you
So
agree that most of the hatred for him was hyperbole?
well, I mean, yeah, like in this modern time, and I was just talking about that on Facebook. Like we've decided that we wanted to gender war. We didn't want to have this air of unity between black men and black women. So now
Hmm.
everything has become hyperbolic and polarized.
Hmm.
So
And
you know, this is
hyperbole means
this
an
is
exaggeration,
yeah, I
fear,
know what it
you
means.
know,
Yeah. So
and
you know, I'm not saying that I never said that, but he didn't say some things that may have been true, or there wasn't some value in some of the things that he said. But what I'm saying is he's not this national treasure that some are trying to make him out to be. He was a YouTuber
second question,
who was after money. Let's just be
Mary,
real. Yeah.
who black, especially about black man, would you say today in 2022 is a national treasure? Who?
Me. Me.
Why you?
Because I
What
have the
makes you
experience.
different in terms of accomplishments,
Well,
status?
let me just lay it out. I mean, to be a black man who's been able to raise his family, maintain his family of 8, and don't nobody help me with anything,
How can
and
that
be
be a
able to.
national
Well,
treasure?
I'm
That's an
trying.
individual basis
No,
you're
no, it's not.
describing.
No, it's not. Because listen, because how Kevin Samuel is going to be
No,
a
no, the
national
thing
treasure?
is, the entire nation is not familiar with your family.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, let me say what I'm trying to say, because Kevin Samuels is prominent because let everybody tell it. He wants black people to have this, that, and the third or the other, and I have it. So see, there's a difference between knowing the path
But people
and
don't
walking
know
the
that
path.
though, unless they
But that's the
talk to
pro.
you.
But see,
Yeah,
that's the
but
problem. You have these grifters and these individuals on YouTube promoting
I
themselves
think you're
to
missing
be
my point. Who
be
in
something
the
they're not.
spotlight with prominence and what's the word?
Yeah,
Status.
I mean, I
Could
understand what you're
you
saying.
recommend as a national treasure who's black?
I just
With the
told you, me.
media perception of black people being negative, who would you say would fill the void better?
Me. Well, who else
No,
I'm gonna
you're
say?
not in the public media.
Well, just
You're
give it
not
some time, dear.
considered on his
Give it,
level.
yeah, give it some time. Because you gotta remember, I knew of Kevin Samuels and had interaction with Kevin Samuels before this iteration of Kevin Samuels.
So basically, though, Amiri, my point is among us as a people, no one's good enough. We eat our own. We piss on our own. We want to piss on their graves. We want to dox people, tear people apart. And a lot of times this stuff is provoked from bad information. Because we're too weak to speak for ourselves as a people. We come in here and so and Joe Blow saying, "Oh yeah, fuck
Mhm.
that nigga," and everybody believes it.
Right. I mean, look at it. You have an individual like Taz Abusives who's really running around, you know, trying to promote himself as this unicorn. When he is Taz is the walking, talking, typical black stannian that the divestment community is talking about and wants to divest from. But he's online and has his little following, trying to promote
okay.
himself as something that he's not, because what it is these people are just after money. They don't care about the community or the people. They're only looking to extract value. They're only looking to extract value from these people. So
Mhm.
you can get a following by just coming online saying what people want to hear. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I said,
a
it's the
lot of
reason why Kevin
people
Samuels
are to
didn't
get their
pop off.
stripes off of that.
Okay.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
and again, if you notice, I never made any negative content about Kevin Samuels. Like I went out my way to make sure I didn't
Hmm.
talk down about him or make any negative content about him, because I want him to, I'm couldn't you accomplished what you was trying to accomplish. I'm happy for you. Like, I'm not hating. I'm not a hater. But if you ask me what I think overall, I'll just tell you, and that's what I just told you. Like, don't sit there thinking you educate me on the path when I'm walking it, and you just just talking about it. You can tell me what you know, but I'm out here doing it, so it's different. You can't run that on me, and that's just all there is to it.
Yeah, in every black person's mind, he or she is the shit, though.
Yeah,
well, what's to say that they not?
Well, listen.
Hey, that's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everybody thinks they're the shit. And as long as they doing shit, to shit, I got me cursing. Doing crap, and working on their community and working on bettering themselves and their community. They're the shit. They the crap.
But see, sister, I drank the Kool-Aid once and tried to hate Kevin. And then I had a change of heart, thankfully, because that's bullshit. Kevin Samuels is an electrifying, inspiring man. He brought a lot of black people together to have honest conversations, to be in relationships.
Mm-hmm. If you're trying to
get no credit for it,
now that he passed away, they trying to point out all the good things and not do the negative things. That's just the way people do when there's deaths involved. Some people at the funeral, they just at the eulogy,
no, that's not necessarily true.
All the positive, whether it's true or not. Oh, he was a wonderful family man, but yeah, he ran.
You know how I can prove that's not true, sister? The man had 1.4 million subscribers. His supporters outweighed the naysayers and the haters.
Okay, then it doesn't matter. And and if they hate him, they hate him. They just feel the way they feel. They're gonna get over it. He's gone now, and they get that energy out and let it go.
Mm-hmm. But I just think it's childish that we try to hate him, and it's so disingenuous. The hatred, it doesn't come from a genuine place.
Okay, are you sure that the hatred don't come from a genuine place? If they hate him, they hate him. Hatred does not make sense. You expecting hate to be logical. He didn't do anything physically to them, so they shouldn't hate him. Or he just said some words. Words don't hurt. Or he wasn't talking to him specifically, so they shouldn't hate on him. Yeah, you expecting logic from hate. No, just it is what it is.
And I never knew.
And would you rather them be genuine? I can't stand him. I'm glad he's gone. Than to the fake that they never disliked him, stuff like that. They never, they never hated him. So they are being genuine with their feelings. The thing is, you expecting hate to be logic. Hatred doesn't follow logic.
Of course not. Black people are not logical people, to be honest, collectively. They're emotional people. Hate is also an emotion.
Mm-hmm. And it's also the flip side of love.
We hate too many people.
They both draw strong emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they got one set of people, they love him, and they put him on a pedestal, and they got all these things about him. You got another people, I hate him. They put him under the ground and put him into hell on a pedestal under the ground.
So the question is, how many of you guys saw the Tasha K. Kevin Samuels interview? She just put it out last night, I think.
Oh, she put it out again? Okay. Okay.
She premiered it. And so Kevin said when he was growing up, he grew up around Big Mama and the women, and all his life he heard the woman's perspective. And so, excuse me, so he wanted to share the man's perspective, because men are often drowned out in conversations and institutions. You know what I mean? And men get canceled for their opinions, which is what happened to him. They tried to cancel him. They put up petitions calling for his removal from social media, bullied the man, called him gay.
Okay.
And
Okay,
he's
you gotta
certainly not
understand.
freaking gay. He's tall,
People are
well-built,
surfacing. They were calling him that
muscular.
because of these shoes that was a little too flamboyant. And, and it didn't seem like something men would wear. It looked like a woman's shoe to most of the men. So he got.
That's because he had style and class. He was always nerdy as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
See, we're used to people sacking their pants off and shit, showing their ass. That's not manly.
Never
But
claimed
we
it
don't
was.
want to see a man with class and swagger dress formal.
Yeah,
So it was
well,
a culture shock.
woman with
Oh,
a
he
man,
must be gay.
well, duh. And you seen them shoes? Did you see them slippers?
They're not gay shoes or women's shoes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
All
But
right.
But look here, though. A
it was
pimp
suspect
is
enough
more
that
feminine in appearance than Kevin. And no one's calling pimps gay.
who?
Pimps.
All
Pimps.
Who? Oh,
Talking about
pimps.
pimps.
Oh no, Max been calling
Yeah.
pimps gay. He can't
Look at
stand.
Cat Williams with permed hair, feminine mannerisms, and no one calls him gay.
Yeah, that's just flamboyant gay.
It's
Yeah.
all about who you like and double standards, ignorance.
Well, no, that's because of these black exploitation films.
But here's the
They
greatest
made
evidence
pimps
of all. Too Short could say,
good.
bitch,
And
bitch in his raps,
also
and
men
women
with
love it. They twerk each weekend with their tongues hanging out to it. But Catherine can't say you're average at best.
Can you hear?
Oh yeah, I can hear you, Mel. Sorry.
No, can Queen hear you?
Well, I can hear. Yes, I can
All
hear
right.
you.
Yeah, we just both disagreeing on top of each other. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Mela, did you want to say something?
Of course.
Go ahead. Let's hear what you got.
All right.
And everybody said Queen hates black men. Yeah, right.
Nobody said that, Queen, but go ahead, Mela.
Not you guys. I said people do.
Yeah. Okay. How can I put this? I find it interesting that we have so much energy to focus on this guy, when in fact that energy could be redirected into an organization that promotes legislation in our favor, such as the ACLU. The ACLU is promoting agendas, and they're using calculated ways in which to promote their agenda. Why is it that we can find all types of time throughout the day and night? That takes energy, that takes commitment, that takes investment. But for whatever reason, we're not congregating about a unionized plan in order to assert our benefits, our position, our influence, our God-given right to do what we have to do to make sure that nobody talks crazy about our people. Now, we spend a lot of energy talking crazy about our people amongst ourselves, and that eventually becomes fodder for other ethnicities to point the finger, like, look at them, they're all scattered-brained fools. And I propose that what Queen had mentioned, what makes somebody an upstanding man, it would be that man that actually initiates some type of, I don't know what that's called, the 503, 401, whatever it's called, but it's similar to ACLU, right?
I'm at a national treasure.
Exactly.
Not just a man who's likable.
Exactly. When men get together and they form some semblance of an ACLU, now we're talking power, because we will change the game legislatively and globally. And that's what I want us to focus our energy upon. Maybe I'm just dreaming. One day it may happen. It might happen. Maybe I've inspire somebody who actually knows how to access those types of connections. I certainly can't do it. Maybe people I know can do it, but I don't know if I feel like talking to them about doing it. I talk to you all, you know, because when I talk to people who are, let's keep this for real. The people that I know, they're fairly elderly, right? They've established themselves financially, they straight. And what they have in common is going through the civil rights movement. And they've developed what's called a superstitious mindset, right? And because of that superstitious mindset, they are convinced that we will never get along long enough to be impactful. And I want to prove them wrong. I want to prove the previous generation that is victimized by superstition from being oppressed by, you know, those who oppose their progress. I want to prove to them that we can organize, because I'm looking at this demonstration of energy for the last 2 days. Everybody's putting all their hard-earned energy into something that's just fodder. And, you know, God rest his soul, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, when I think about the energy it takes for everybody to conceptualize, I better jump on this wave and jump on that wave. Can we all jump on a wave together and just actually do something that demonstrates an active response that benefits our people instead of
So
just
Mela,
complaining?
do you know what's missing from that energy?
Queen Maya, what you gonna complain about now?
No, I'm just asking you a question. Do you know what's missing from that Black collective energy?
Commitment.
No, love.
Oh, yeah.
So you can come together to hate. It's not a binding glue. Hatred, okay, forces people away from you.
Okay,
then
Queen.
You spoke about the ACLU. Great. Without love, it's just a trauma bonding center.
Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm going to give you a question, if that's fair to you. How many people respect who they love? See, we're talking about, to commit to something, it doesn't mean you love it. It means that you respect it. And I perceive that perhaps you may have meant respect as opposed to love, because love don't love nobody. We have to respect one another.
Love begets respect as well. It comes with the territory.
All right. If you say
so. You love and be disrespectful.
If I could just say this real quick, ladies, before I get back to my job. I think that the thing that Kevin Samuels will be remembered the most for is when he brought Nicki Minaj onto his show. Because when he was up there with Nicki Minaj, I don't know if she was on his show or he went to
He
her
was on
platform.
her show.
Okay, yeah, but just the fact that he was up there with a grade A celebrity like that. Look, I remember a time back in like 2008, 2009, when I was in high school, when people like Nicki Minaj were untouchable. People like her did not talk to normal people. I remember Drake was like the big thing back then.
Is
like,
that what impressed you?
Hold on, lady. Hold on, man. Please, just let me finish. I remember Drake, how big he was back in 2006. So all the girls loved Drake. Okay, and when you look at the status of these celebrities now, celebrities are no longer celebrities anymore. Celebrities now have to come talk to normal everyday people that critique them, and they have to answer to them now. And he has set a precedent for that now. So going forward, just know that the status that celebrities have or they think they have in the society is not going to be the same. You know, you're going to see other YouTubers and stuff talk to celebrities and stuff in the future. And it's gonna be a thing where the public is now critiquing them.
All right. To be fair,
that's what it's gonna be. And that's actually what Kevin is actually gonna be remembered the most for.
Oh, to be fair to you, I can conceptualize that a new door has been opened to where celebrities don't mean as much as people thought they did. Like he's proven that they're not the untouchables as people might have perceived they were. So I'm not here to, bombard you with critique and insults. I just want to try to figure out what I can relate to about your statement. So I just want to say that.
Let me just add this too. Kevin Samuels had a group called The Mix. A lot of black people who thought, oh, I got to leave America to find a black spouse, end up finding love in America. See, the point is, and the most powerful point is that in love, trust, honor, and integrity, we can work all things out. And that's what Kevin showed people.
Well, I think I could beg to
I
differ.
didn't do that, but okay.
I could beg to. I can beg to differ. I think that it was a production with the purpose of profit. That's what I think he accomplished.
Well, it is a business. You know what I mean?
So to make him out, not you specifically, but when I hear people claiming him to be their champion, it is distressing to me because there's greater work to be done than spending this energy, putting this, just putting this man on this pedestal. I'm not saying whether or not he deserves it. What I'm saying is there's a lot of energy that's going into putting this man on a pedestal when actually we're distracting ourselves from work that has yet to be done.
Well, what if he was a woman? What if he were Tasha K?
Same case.
No, more people hate Kevin than Tasha K. And she trolls people, doxes people, puts their information out and their business out. Kevin never done that.
My point
he just
is
sat with clients to help them.
Okay, but my point is that we're too easily distracted by personas instead of gaining power. That's my point.
Well, we're never going to gain power unless we can love the black man. He's our backbone. He's our rock. He's the driving force of our power, not the woman.
You praising him a little too much.
So we're hearing a lot of double standards up here today and everywhere because it all comes through the black woman, the lies, the slander, the hearsay, the gossip.
Are you punking us right now, Queen? You punking us? Is that what you doing? She punking us, y'all.
No, I'm being honest.
No, you punking us, man. You punking us.
No, you don't have to turn it into an argument.
What he put out there.
Because it's
true. A lot
true.
of stuff is what he said, what he put out there, and some people took it another way, and they saw it differently. He put the shoes out that drew their attention because they were trying to, ignore the fact that some part of them suspect he was suspect. And then when them shoes and some of them outfits came out, they were like, and he said the things he said that triggered off women. It's not like he didn't say it.
Dame Frankie, here's my question. Tasha K kind of looks like a butch dyke or something, okay, for lack of better words. Do people say she's gay night and day? No.
She's
Looks
married.
Can be deceiving. Looks can be deceiving.
She's married.
The man dressed with taste and class. That doesn't make you gay.
She's married.
No, it doesn't.
Have you ever seen her spouse, though?
Yes, when they were on vacation in England. Yes.
Yes.
How do you know that's not some actor and a prop?
Oh my God, you tripping.
We've seen her spouse. She has a personal.
How you know?
That doesn't prove what's going on behind the scenes, ladies.
Stuff is not a prop.
I'm just reversing the negativity onto a woman so you can see the error of those ways. I'm just trying to show you the error, the flawed logical way of the hater.
So the two children were hired actors too, right?
That's what haters say.
Oh my gosh.
She's tripping, man.
And they say, oh, look at his shoes. They're gay shoes. You see how stupid this shit is, y'all? And excuse my
Okay.
French, but it's
She's
stupid.
Okay,
real
but
though. Come on, she
you're
can tell
telling
life
me
from the
it's not
country.
stupid that because he wears a suit and he dressed nice that means he's not gay.
So
As I
you
said,
telling
I know
me
plenty of
because
well-dressed, well-groomed men
the
who dress
shoes
like
to you
men
appear to
who
be
not
gay,
flamboyant,
that
who are
they're gay
gay.
shoes.
Mhm.
Tell me what
That's
brand
what
of shoes are
that's what
gay
caught the
shoes.
attention of him being dragged by the men. They had an issue because that
What
looked
brand of
too.
shoes are gay shoes?
Let me see.
Yeah,
Nobody said that.
there is no fucking such thing. Excuse me.
Nobody said that. Like he has good style. That's good on him. But
Damn.
his talking points and the way he talk about women
But what
and
people do
sizes and
is,
how much they
especially
weigh.
women, is they ganged up with lies against men, and anything goes.
Okay, wait a minute. When them shoes and stuff came out, it was not the women that was calling him gay. It was the men.
You know why? Because
Let's
in
get
this
that correct.
community,
It was
all
the
the
men
men
calling
are
him gay.
dog walked into
It was the
submission
women.
of
It was
following
the women that was
women.
trying to get the guys to back off of him.
We got
No,
too
no, no,
many
no. I
simps in this
remember.
community, and
It
that's
was
the
the
problem.
guys that was dragging
Female
him.
This is
identified beta
hilarious.
males who
Really,
hate
Queen?
successful men.
Really, Queen?
They hate
This is
successful
hilarious.
men.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
That is not
What do you think
true.
happened? What do you think happened to Brother Polite? Every successful man.
All right, y'all.
Young Dolph.
Okay, Queen. No, we're not. No.
Okay, let's
We are
change it
not
to
taking
Young
Polite's
Dolph.
side.
Let's change it to Young Dolph. Nipsey Hussle.
No.
Oh my God,
No.
Queen!
She
I'm
went too far.
sorry.
She went too far.
Queen
I
looks
have
like
to
she
put her
wants to be
backstage.
part of Nature Boy's
What
right
happened to
now.
Queen?
That's
What
how
happened to
she
Queen?
wants to
She's
part
by
of
the
She
stage.
was about to start talking about Nature Boy, I think. I don't know.
No,
Why?
she's about to
She didn't
talk
say that.
about that we was that dragging our brother Polite like he was he was a good thing that it was being made up.
Now that the brother polite thing, I can't go with that one.
No,
But that's
that's
a
why I
whole
put her backstage
that's a whole.
because she was going in that direction with
Now
brother Polite. I'm sorry, I can't
Yeah,
the
with her.
brother
she was
polite
revving
thing
up for something.
that's a little bit too much
Yeah, we
because
don't promote that.
that's what a child in
Mm-hmm.
a man situation,
Yeah.
and it's kind of hard to ignore that one because that's a whole case right now of assault, alleged assault.
We
So
love you, Queen, but you was tripping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
you was.
I mean,
She had her
like
case
I have
on.
like I said like I can't say she was saying like there was mixed emotions of a lot of stuff that I agree. Like men are backbone of every society. You can't take that away, but I'm not gonna take away the women. But you can't say you can build without a man. Can't build without a man. I don't know. Well, now to be honest, to me, if you are successful, it's kind of hard to stay in certain areas of the community. You can't. It's just not plausible. It's just not plausible. You could like
What are
if
your
I got
thoughts about Kevin Samuels when you get a
no,
chance, please?
I don't. I'm not gonna like if I'm a successful man. I'm not gonna stay in the ghetto. I'm not gonna do that.
I
There's
agree
no
with you with that.
there's no way, and there's no way you're gonna tell a. I remember as a young brother, if certain older people saw you had a chance, they would separate you from the others because they saw you had a shot to go do things outside of outside of just your area. So they'll say, "Hey, pick up this book. Hey, get into this class. Go to Upward Bound, FBLA,
Mm-hmm.
different other program." I was separated. They put me in ROTC and different other programs. That wasn't saying they hated, but they also understood that I understood what it was like to get picked on and attacked. Not to say I didn't fight back, but I also seen things like for girls who could sing, dance, or have certain skills,
Yeah,
they got berated by other girls like, "Oh, you think you better than us? Why?
they
Because she
sure
can
did.
sing. They because she can sing, because she comes off a certain type of way, or she dresses a certain type of way, or she looks a certain type of way. We can't help if you. Some people have different talents and skills than others. Now that is a bad thing we do have in the community with the crab in the barrel. We're not gonna play like that's not a real thing. So it does happen, and so that's why it's kind of hard of the tribalism to work with each other. That's sometimes if you don't have to be in your community to help your community. You can be outside your community and still do some good work and some support. I don't like to talk of you can't really do work if you're not inside of the streets. No, I can do things too. I don't have to be in actually physically there. Um, Kevin Samuels, I worked with him when he first started out. I remember when he first started. Um, I don't know. Like I don't like I said, I don't agree. I don't agree. I cut off the good parts of the banana and I throw away the trash. So the high value and some of the other talking points, that's preference. And I say what's in the dark always comes to the light. Um, Telling people to get a better job, work. You need to choose better, realistic goals and stuff. Um, that's stuff that you should know as just a human being. I can't do no shaming because there's different preferences. Um, if you want to
Yeah, I
ask
don't
about,
know. Say thank you guys for bringing me back up, but when
hey
you
Queen,
tell
no,
the
what's up,
truth,
Queen?
you're
No,
hated. Salute,
no,
though.
Queen, chill, Queen.
I'm gonna jump
Yeah,
off. I just wanted to say that so I could jump off. Salute.
okay, but
Okay.
Salute, Queen.
as far as it goes for that of his clothing, it kind of threw me off. It did, like, I'm not gonna lie, like we do have it where there's two scopes. One, the arena of like I said, the brothers I seen dressed like that, I gotta be for real. I was watching brothers like Prince and Michael and different other brothers like that me and my woman we got to talk about. They were soft. You weren't taking them as, oh, these are go-to guys of building anything. Now you know, it just they just were just very interesting metrosexual, the church choir boys. You know what I'm saying? Not this is no diss to no men, but you know what I'm saying. It just me and Leonard are ex-military. I would have we would have never saw uh we would never would have saw a guy like him. We could never have a conversation with him, not holistically, because
That's
his
true.
talking points of values and establishing of family and integrity are a lot different than how my mindset is. And so it played a dangerous field by any means necessary, you know, versus I didn't see him doing fundamental conversations like with prominent people, like lawyers, doctors, teachers. I'm not talking about like sexual, like that's a preference thing. I'm talking about actual tangible things. I never seen him talk about social justice when Ahmaud Arbery was dead. I never seen him talk about Breonna Taylor. You understand what I'm saying? So if you had that much of a voice of you were trying to heal men and women of community or any kind of value of anything tangible, I've never seen you really weigh in. But you wanted to weigh in like on like Nicki Minaj, like dude, no, like Ti, no, like things like that. Like I don't care for them. Those are celebrities that have nothing to do with my community. So where if that was the thing about, well, he's getting at the women, I'm gonna be for real. The women didn't really care because they were gonna still do what they do. Like they choose to listen to what they choose to listen to. Just like I've never listened to a Tasha K video. I've never heard her. I never heard a lot of these women. Just like I don't, some I think some things were staged. I'm gonna be honest, because there's no way and I'm gonna be honest. How often do you hear women go around saying, "I'm looking for a six-figure man"? I've never heard women ever say that in my life. Say, "I'm looking for a six-figure man." They might say, "I'm looking for a good man. I'm looking for a particular type of man."
A lot of his production was orchestrated.
So,
People aren't. I mean, anybody that's in tune with marketing can clearly identify orchestrated circumstances as
so
opposed to
right,
organic
right.
circumstances.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not a normal conversation. Well, these women come online, and every last woman saying they want a six-figure man. Like, that's like me saying, I'm looking for a certain dress size woman, X, Y, and Z. But that's up to you. And may the God be with you. But even if you find that, that doesn't mean she don't really want to rock with you. And so, and I said, when you die, you can't stop. you can't hold back the water of truth. So the same women that you talk about that will never get a certain type of man, you were sleeping or laying down with a particular type of man. I mean that type of woman. Same things that you told these young men not to do or these men not to do, you were doing that. You were God got
Well, we got
so
to remember that we have a new panelist when you get a
okay.
chance.
I'm about
Okay.
finished. I'm about
Oh
finishing.
yeah, and after Leroy, Derek is on the phone, so he's
Okay.
back.
All right. So, but I'm just saying, like, y'all gotta understand. A lot of y'all gotta learn to start looking at the realism of life rather than this fictitious stuff that's on social media, man.
Well
All right, go
stated.
ahead.
Well stated, brother.
All right,
Hel-
Leonard.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. Now,
Ooh, you
there's
low,
certain.
Leonard. Hold on, let me see if I can do something with your
No,
mic.
you low, bro. You low.
My,
All
my
right.
my mic is low.
Okay, I
Much
got
better.
it.
Much better. Much
It's
better.
on
Now
my
we
end.
can hear you. We can hear you now.
Okay, she said it was on her end. Yeah. Now, when it comes to the thing with fashions, right? There are certain fashions that appeal to the down low brother type and such in Atlanta, and that was Kevin's style of dress. I mean, I'm right in the Atlanta area, and I got suits on suits on suits. But people do not see me in a suit and question my sexuality. They know as soon as
Mhm.
they see me, oh man, dude, look like he went to the John Gotti shop. Is that coat really cashmere? Yeah, this coat is really cashmere. Oh, I mean, with them boots he always wore, all he needed was some tassels around it, and they were majorette boots. I mean, I'm just calling it like I see it. It is what it is. Because women, I don't know why so many women, and I've noticed this, especially in the metro Atlanta area, a number of women lie themselves into believing a man is something that he's not when that's what that man really is. And I don't know why they do it. And to key on the other brother's point, I've never in my life, and I'm not a young man, I'm an old man. My oldest daughter just retired from the military with 20 years time in service yesterday. So I'm not a young man.
Congratulations.
Uh, Thank you. Now, I've never heard any of these women running around, well, if you don't make $100,000 a year, I'm not. I ain't never heard women say that. Now I heard them saying 50. I've heard you got to be making at least $50,000 if you want to rock with me. But I ain't heard no one talking about you got to be making $100,000 a year and you need to be in this social status and the blah blah blah. I'm like, what women is this dude actually talking about? So basically, he finessed a lot of doggone lonely dudes, into feathering his pocket. And along with what he was talking about, you have a number of black women that, in my opinion, this is just me, I'm not a clinician, okay, that were abused through their life and they were trauma bonded. See, they were trauma bonded. You all are familiar with this thing called Stockholm Syndrome?
Yes.
Okay, he used the same format, but he polished it a little differently. And that's the reason he attracted all of these particular type of women to call into his show. Because, I know a number of dynamic women that would never call that show. There have been career women for decades. And, they wouldn't call his show talking about some whale. My daughter wouldn't have called this show talking about whale.
I
You
don't
know,
know anybody that would have called into his show, to be honest.
you
You're
see what
right
I'm
about
saying?
that. Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Who want to call and get doggone roasted? You know, Evidently, you're trauma bonding. I mean, I experienced something with a trauma bonder, and I had to completely block them. The situation was I was, on YouTube, and she looked at my background on the wall, and she saw a picture of a soldier that she was stationed with at one time, that had died in a firefight in Afghanistan, our last combat tour together. And she didn't know me from a can of paint, but she knew him. All of a sudden, it's all about Leonard. Da, 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 da. It didn't take me long to recognize, look, it's all about Sheldon. You're trying to obtain some piece or memory, something of Sheldon precariously through me. You're trauma bonding. I don't trauma bond. Sorry, leave me alone.
You meant vicariously.
Well, vicarious, precarious, y'all know the right word. It's, I'm not a smart guy,
Yeah.
you know.
You know what? I remember you. I remember you were live in the middle of the night and I approached your panel and you wanted me to cam up before I got on your panel. And I had to remind you that you and I shared a panel together with Bomb Cherry, Clown and Gotti, Bullets Gotti, talking about crack baby lips.
Oh,
And you
yeah.
didn't know me. You was like, I don't know, I can't trust nobody and all this other kind of stuff. And I said, man,
Well,
we talked about Budweiser beer and everything, and you was like, I don't trust nobody. So now that you mentioned this woman that was trying to vicariously, reconcile
trauma
her
bond.
memory, yeah, trauma bond with you. Like, would you say that you were unfair to not, like, do you have an unfair mindset?
No, I say I have a very fair mindset because, I have a certain degree of TBI, and that's traumatic brain injury. So
Okay, that's understandable. Yeah.
I virtually have like little short-term memory. I mean, it's people that I'll be on panels and they be, we were. It's like if I'm not interacting with someone on a daily basis, trust and believe, I will not remember them or our interaction. My brain doesn't work like that anymore. Some people
I
can remember
understand.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and what confused me was that it's like, how can he remember every music song in his catalog of collections, but he doesn't remember who he talked to just 2 weeks ago? And so, yeah, TBI would explain that. And
yeah,
best wishes on your recovery with
yeah.
TBI.
So at
You
least
can't recover from that.
yeah, it's permanent. I have permanent brain damage. But at least now, that I'm not like playing people off, or I don't remember you and and I'm just trying to be funny acting. No, I literally can't remember. I mean, there was
Yeah.
a situation. I was on the phone with a friend of mine named Vanessa, and I was walking around the house looking for my phone, and she was telling me where to look for my phone because she was cracking up. It was funny. I could laugh at it now because it was funny. And it took a good 5 minutes for me to realize I was talking to her on my phone. And I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, my mind is going. I don't know how long, how much sanity, well, not really sanity, but I don't know how much whatever I have that's going to be pumped around this gray matter. It get to the point you looking for an item and you holding on to it, you can't find it. I
All
mean,
right.
you gotta be at the grocery
Okay.
store,
What
and she'll
what
be
y'all
like,
Wait, I'm sorry to break it up, but we do have another
okay,
person.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Derek, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
No, you can put on. Well, I'll be quick. I often find it, and I'll go back to kind of like the topic and like what we were talking about. And like how we was talking about, oh, he's seen Kevin Samuels, right? Or even just dudes that it ain't even style, man. It's just formal wear, it's suit wear, it's business wear, it's whatever, big person seems stuff there. It's very rare. It's very rare you even get black dudes that's even into formal wear, formal shoes and things of that nature. It's very rare. Um, but for those who do, like I do, I love the world of suiting. Like I don't wear off the rack suits. Like I need to be bespoke, tailored. I pick the fabric. I'm not picking no brand. So I just feel like, and even with the shoes and X, Y, and Z, like there's a whole world of style, man. And I feel like black people, we're not introduced to that at all. I apologize. I'm in New York. You know how they are with their horn. Um, but for us, if you do anything outside of this box of blackness, you consider that as weird or gay or whatever. And I always say, and even our black women, um, they put black men in this very, very small box. And if you're not a certain way, a certain persona, and it makes a lot of men have to act like they're that persona to fit in. And I used to be like that too. Um, and I found myself going down the wrong path. Like there's been some times where I could have been hemmed up, being in the wrong crowd because I'm thinking that's what I'm supposed to do because that's the box. And a few of my friends who are still locked up today got natural life. I mean, you get life and you get natural life. There's a two different life, all for portraying things. And these are cats that grew up in good homes, and they got hemmed up portraying things. And I always saw the mistakes they made, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm not doing that. And I always just like did what I really wanted to do. Like I gave up skateboarding to because it wasn't black people don't do that type of stuff. Black people don't do this, and I see my son skateboard now, and I'm like, hell yeah, bro.
I want to ask the caller a question when he gets a chance.
Huh?
Someone want to ask you a question when you get through.
Okay, I'll finish up real quick. Yeah, it's a very small box, and so for like anybody that's a smart cat, man, you gotta kind of, like the one caller was saying, like in the hood, if they did see that one smart dude or the good athlete, they'll always like separate them. Like the older dudes would be like, hey man, hey, make sure you go in the house. You don't want to be out here right now. What they
Right.
do is it's very few. You know what I'm saying? And I always appreciated that, but the thing is that if you don't fit this narrative, this box of black guy, and you anything outside of that, you weird, you a square. They call Russell Wilson a square. X, Y, and Z. I don't know, maybe because he, whatever. That's not even the topic, but if you like things that are outside of this black box, you're an outcast. And usually this black box is very just like dumb. It's dumb things you got to do to be accepted in the black community. And it's weird, man. And I'm like, how do black people as a whole expect to be diverse, to be anything other than what we are? Like, how do we not know that this has not worked? And we still keep doing it. We keep doing it. Like my father, he's in and out of jail like my whole life, in and out. And I talked to him recently. He was like, man, I fucked up, man. I was getting out of prison, man. I did this, and that, and third. He was telling me this stuff as if it was like a badge of honor. And I'm like, well, how many lives did you get? Like, we wasted almost 15 years of your life. You're 3 years old right now. And I'm like, well, what do you get from that? What do you get from all of this prison time that you did and not doing wild things? What comes of that? All it did was take you away from your kids that now you trying to get a connection with. And I don't know you, bro. Like, just because you my father, you in and out, bro. Like what I'm supposed to run to your arms type stuff. But I don't get like what does the black community think we're doing by only limiting ourselves to like a very small box of foolishness? And where do we think we're gonna go from that? And that's the question I'll put to the whole panel. But if anybody wanted to ask me something, go ahead.
All right. Out of consideration for what you just expressed, how can I put this? It is my heartfelt sympathy that I'm leaking to you about your father, your paternal situation, right? Because that is a form of trauma as well. To be disappointed in someone that was supposed to, hold the torch that would light your path, and for them to falter, that's a disappointment that borderlines on trauma. It's like, okay, at the end of the day, you trying to pretend like I'm supposed to accept your irresponsibility. That's insulting my intelligence as a man. I'm just talking to you because you happen to be my biological father. So I can relate to that, dare I say, pain, because disappointment is pain, believe it or not. And another thing, right? I wanted to ask you specifically, what is your concept of flamboyance versus fashion? Because see, you're talking about how, we shouldn't judge a book by its cover type of thought. And what I am thinking is there's a difference between a man that's fashionable versus flamboyant. When a man is flamboyant, he's seeking attention for a reason. There's something inside of his spirit that's crying out to express something behind that flamboyance. And so there's a difference between being flamboyant versus being fashionable. I don't have a problem with a man being fashionable, but when you're being flamboyant as a man, looking looking on the outside as a woman, it's like he's trying to say something. He's being,
Can I
he's
ask,
not.
when you say flamboyant, like what's the threshold of you're fashionable and now you're flamboyant, and who
Okay,
makes this?
okay, that's why it's subjective, and that's why I asked you what would be your opinion of the difference between flamboyance versus fashionable when it comes to a man's sense of presenting himself.
Flamboyant to me is when you see a guy say, one, when you see a guy that's very, what do they call that? The really shiny, I guess sequence. When you're a guy and you just sequence down and X, Y, and Z, like we know, like come on now, we know the very flamboyant LGBT guys. Like that's just we know that. But when a guy presents himself as a regular dude, but that has fashion, like I wear suede slippers with no socks, with very tailored suits. You can't tell me nothing. What you mean?
I,
But it's at the same time, yeah, I'm not gonna have no sequence on it. I don't wear shiny things. But at the
hold on,
same time,
but there,
what?
hang on. Let me clean that up. Let me clean that up for you. With a flamboyant, but I think we got it ill corrected in the black community. The guy who we will see like he's a little bit saucy when he's leading the choir. The guy who can do, oh Mary Mac, like he chooses more so of the female activities, which I mean I don't really want to call that female activities, but it's more so of the let's singing, which there's nothing wrong with singing, but I know somebody who can sing. But it's like when I would,
Mm-hmm.
we understand. We understand the guys who would be doing stuff that would just more so what he rather choose the girls' activities rather than actually enjoying them with the boys. Like the guy who be a lot more saucy, a lot more of let's braid hair or with the ooh girls and all this stuff. Like exactly, you know
So
what I'm
y'all are
saying?
saying that's
Like
how
the
you are?
zoo, right? But we know some pretty boys in school. They could just dress sharp, wear some polo, wear some collar shirts, some fitteds. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna call them that because we know some sharp brothers who just dress nice, versus the saucy ones where dang man, like hey bro, you want to come out and play basketball? Nah, I'm gonna go over to Charlene's house, and they do gossiping and braid hair, and they just getting
I
extra
understand that,
saucy.
but is
And
that is that what we got from Kevin? Is that what y'all got from Kevin Samuels? Like I never
Yeah, you didn't see them flamboyant shoe slippers.
some Armand shoes. I remember I used to watch all his shows. So he came and he
Okay,
brought the shoes up and he put the shoes on camera. He was like, "These are the shoes they're seeing off Matt Boeing." Like some
okay.
Hermes
The
crazy
bedazzle.
crystal
You saw the
shoes,
bedazzle ones?
the bedazzled ones.
Yeah, the ones with all the rhinestones and let's see, was it? Let's see, I'm trying to remember. Been a while. In fact, I definitely remember the rhinestones.
Well, I
he
don't know.
he used
I
to be
haven't.
in he used to be in the
I
fashion
know
sector.
that.
He used to be in the fashion sector before he came to the black sector. He was in the fashion and cologne sector. and he was being judged by a lot of, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but like I said, I'm not judging him, but there was a lot of, you know, sexual men that were judging him. They were not rocking with. They actually were very critical of him. They kicked him out of that sector. No shame to him. I'm just saying, but the brother used to sell Avon. I don't know many brothers that was selling Avon. That was his thing. And I know y'all don't like to hear that, but your godfather used to
I
sell
mean, you
colognes
can
and
do what
stuff.
you want, but the thing is that I don't see. I mean, I know dudes that sell sex toys, and they make a lot of money doing it. A lot of money doing it. I actually thought about doing it at one point. I was like,
I mean,
no.
sex
But
toys, sex
it's like,
toys,
can you call
and
them people gay, or like, I don't understand what's this
I
box
don't
that
know that many
got
men
out
that
there.
sell
That's like,
Avon. That's usually the women that no. But see, here's the thing about that: if you have, if the women have any other women been to the Avon parties, that's just women. There's no men at an Avon party. That is just women at Avon parties, or that's like them like doing Bath and Body Works and stuff like that. Ain't no men there. I know because when my ex used to
but
do that stuff, I
but
would leave the apartment.
I remember
And
when
I,
I
ain't no
was a
men used to
kid,
be in
my grandma
that room.
told me,
I I guess what I would say, caller, is there is a such thing as men who think that they can show a woman how to be a better woman.
Right
And
there, you go,
and
Miller.
and that be, that will
what's wrong with
reveal
that?
itself.
When
What's wrong with showing a woman? What's wrong with a man showing a woman how
yeah,
he
yeah,
can demonstrate
like how
physically? No, I'm not saying that instruction. See, there's a difference between a man saying, look, I think women should stop gossiping. I think women should stop wearing pants. There's a difference between that versus I'm going to demonstrate physically with my appearance and presence what a woman should be. And this is where the glitter comes out. This is where the flamboyance enters the picture.
I
And
know
that's where I'm
when you
asking you, do you know the difference between someone that asserts flamboyance versus fashion sense? There's a difference. And the difference is the mentality of hating a woman versus not hating a woman. There's a difference. Men who are flamboyant are trying to outdo women. That is their focus. That is what they live for. Men that are fashionable are just trying to prove to the brothers that they're on top. There's a difference.
can I can I answer your question too? And I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And maybe I might have missed that episode, or I might have missed that era of Kevin Samuels. I don't know. I've never really seen that. I've never seen him being so flamboyant to compare himself to a woman. Like I can do fashion better than you. I've never seen that. Maybe that was before my time. I have no idea. He must have dropped that when I started following. But I hear you. But at the same time, it's like when you're saying being flamboyant, and I get it. I'm not flamboyant at all. So, but how are we saying that this man is? And this is what I want to say too. And this is I think what kind of Queen was talking about as well. It was like women can do no wrong. And let's talk about. We're only going to talk about us. We're only going to talk about black women, black men. In our community, since we're raising a matriarch, me as well.
Where's
Women,
that coming from
not,
that we're raising a major?
we can't
Where's
do
that
no
coming?
wrong, right? And so, if a man does anything outside of what a woman expects for a black man, he is gay. Do we not? Do we agree or do we not agree with that? And let's be truthful though. Let's be truthful here because
Where
you hear this a
where's this
lot.
coming from that we raising a matriarchy? I need to know this real quick. I'm an 80s baby. Where's this matriarchy
I
queen
was
that
born in '81. I was born in '81. What
okay,
you mean?
so
You
so
was born with a father in your household? That's cool if you were, but I know
I'm
I know
I'm,
a
I'm
lot
just
of people.
hold on. Now
Huh?
even with that, let me hit you at this.
Yeah, yeah.
What female gang was running the black community? I need to know where was these females that were running and
You don't know what a matriarchy. You don't know what a patriarchy or a matriarchy is. It's not about a gang. No, no. It's
okay, so
who ran the household.
what female group?
Who ran your household?
No. What? But just tell me what female group was running the church, running the city council. What I need to know these high level epsilon
Do what
women.
a matriarchy is. Tell
But
me
no,
this. What is
but
a
see, y'all say, but
matriarchy
you
to you?
can't say, you can't just say, well,
What is
we
a
running with some.
matriarchy to you?
No, see, this is what I'm saying.
What
Like
is
this
a
YouTube
matriarchy
stuff,
to you?
I'm trying to figure out this YouTube stuff right now. But you cannot dismiss my experience in life. I need to know
No, no,
what
no, no, no.
female
I hear
group.
you. I'm asking
Okay,
you, what is a matriarchy to you?
what is a matriarchy? That's where
Yeah,
you
to you.
have a singular female over a group, like a patriarchy,
No,
right? I would
no,
be a hold on,
no,
hold on. Now you gonna tell
no.
me? Now you gonna tell me, and I'm ahead of my household with a goddamn matriarchy. Patriarchy is like the woman in my house will be a matriarch. The man in the house will be a
Okay.
patriarch. Now, if Big Mama is talking to the kids, that is a matriarch in the house. If it's a man in the house, then that would be granddaddy. That would be the patriarch. Now, I'm trying to figure out where does this
I
female.
have a theory.
Hang on, Mel. But see, Mel, I'm just asking the question. Maybe Charlene, you, Derek,
Yeah.
Dane, anybody can answer me. Where was these women that were controlling all these men? But if that's the case, then I need to know where they at in the book of life that I can just go look them up and say, okay, these
You,
are the women that ran
okay. You sidebarring. So you
that
asked me the
sidebar.
question
What
is
the hell?
where
You got to
I'm saying
stop
you
telling him
sidebar.
what he's thinking and doing, brother. Just have the conversation, man.
I know. So I'm saying your question was where in society did the woman control what the men did? Was that the question?
The question, okay, what has evolved is okay, this is what I wanted to say. I don't know how this fits in.
Oh,
I think that there is a fear, okay, that women are replacing a man's authority. And that's not the case. That's not
that's been
truthful.
that way in our society.
See, I'm glad you responded because that indicates to me that that might be a concern for some guys, right? And what I will beg you to be reassured of that we want nothing more than to see the black man like 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 above all others. Like we actually are waiting for that. We're sitting on our hands like, when are y'all gonna do it? You know, we're not trying to replace your authority. I promise you that.
I'm not saying. I was talking about, and trust me, I'm not trying to argue. Please don't take it that way. These are legitimate, genuine questions, and I can name you. Ask, just ask a lot of people, man. The majority of us grew up in a household with our single mom. Am I right or am I wrong?
It is intimidating to be bombarded with female energy throughout your young adulthood. Yeah,
Not
that's
a
intimidating.
matriarchy. No. Is it not a matriarchy if your family is ran by a mother?
It's
No.
not anybody's fault that your caregivers were primarily women. Okay, that's
No,
what
I'm
you
not saying
those
that it's
are
anybody's
cards
fault.
you were dealt with. It doesn't have to be something that intimidates you.
No, nobody's saying any of those things. It's just a genuine question. Yeah, it's just a question. I'm asking you. The majority of black families are led by single parent households. Am I wrong or
You know what you're going to cause me to do, dare I say voluntarily. I'm going to explain to you something, right? And I'm trying not to exploit your vulnerability. What I will say is that women that had to be in charge of their households, primarily it was because they were abandoned by the fathers of their children. And
I'm not
so
disputing that at all.
okay, so while you're sitting up here complaining, you know,
Nobody's
we have to look
complaining.
at things
Nobody
from all sides of the board.
literally just
Okay.
said I'm asking a genuine question.
And I answered
I'm not complaining.
genuinely.
So what are you coming up with all of this other stuff for?
I'm
You
asked
answered it, right?
Because you're talking about a matriarchy instead of I just happen to be
What's
raised by my
wrong with a
mom.
mate?
because my dad is not there. That don't make her a matriarchy. She's not a matriarchy by choice. She had to step in to that into that area. That's not natural for her. But if you're talking about a matriarchy, was your grandmother raised your mother by herself?
Yes.
Okay, and the one before that one?
My grandmother?
Your grandmother, your great grandmother?
My great grandmother died when my grandmother was very young, so that has nothing to do with anything. But I'm just saying, it's nothing wrong with that. Why y'all taking that a bad way?
Because the sector that you're coming from, the sector that you're coming from, blames.
Nobody said shit about blaming anybody. Holy smoke!
I don't think I think like no Derek listen, bro.
Go ahead.
No, I'm listen. We're having a good conversation. I want to say this. I remember when I was growing up. No, hold on, bro. Let me say this. I remember when I was growing up, right? Not a lot of black brothers were into anime. It was foreign. It was different. Just like watching rock and roll. Like I used to listen to Queen, Pantera, a lot of rock groups, while other brothers were listening to hip hop. It was weird because I was doing something different from the grain. So I get it. They were like, "Yo, Joe, like, what's going on, nigga? You gay or you weird?" No, I just like this shit was cool to me. You feel me? So yeah, different. It was different now. It was different back then. Now when I look at it now and I see young brothers and sisters doing it, you know what I'm saying? Now it's normal. You know what I'm saying? Just like some of the brothers back then, right, used to dress up and wear zoot suits and all kind of stuff and all kind of fit of stuff. Brothers don't do that now. Now brothers be hanging with showing your butt and your drawers around other men. That was considered homosexual. Now we seeing brothers now they do that openly, and I'm like, yo, that's I can't do that. I wasn't raised to do that.
Things I've ever seen.
But see, I'm trying to meet now. I'm trying to meet you at that. I'm trying to meet you with. I understand what you're saying about, being different. I understand that, but I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna hit you with something. What parents normally went to bat for their children when they were coming up in them certain times in school, in education, in life? What parent was normally there supporting that child?
The woman.
Okay, now that's now okay. So now, where was daddy? Where was daddy? Every daddy wasn't at every daddy wasn't at war. Every daddy wasn't at war, and every daddy knew where his child was at. But I mean, god dang it, school is goddamn 300 and 180 days, so we know what school our kid was at. There's no way you can tell me that we know to go to a football, basketball game, but we can't go and sit down with our kid and help them with their homework.
I mean, like, I understand all of those things. I agree.
You see what I'm saying? So, right. So after a while, who's now? Just think about it. Who is that child naturally going to grow more attached to? The one that comes in. Okay, so at that point, that's where this is where we're saying, well, the boy, the girl is raised by that of, I guess, the female. Well, if you're not going to be there for half of the year or majority of the year, and I got to be for real, all these Negroes ain't on child support. Ain't no damn way. There ain't no way everybody on damn child support. Like, we got to stop this foolishness. Everybody's on child support. Everybody out there went to war, or dead or stuff. Some of these people know where their kid is at. They just don't want to rock with their kid or deal with their family, man. Like, I gotta be, and I'm a dad.
Yeah.
So and not to say, listen, some women, they have a vitriol that they need to deal with. I know they got some stuff that they need to deal with. It's all a matter of choice. Some men, rather run the streets, while some women, they didn't learn accountability for their actions. We have an issue. This is why, again, there were a lot of brothers like Kevin when I was growing up. Now, you know who they mainly cleave to? Their mama. They mainly cleave to their mama. I would want to ask, where was Kevin's daddy? Since he was calling all this stuff out. I ain't never heard him ever talk about his daddy. I put my daddy on the phone on my show.
He said his dad was. He said he grew up with a single mom too.
Now,
Yeah. Like so. I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's the issue with that. If he had that issue, why did he not repair that of the relationship with him and his children? If he knew what damage it did to him, why would he not want to repair it with his children? I'm a man now. I'm gonna ask the question, and that's not out of no hate. That's from me, from one man, from you, any brother who has not had a daddy. I would always ask, well, if you didn't have your daddy, why would you not want to be or want to mend the relationship with your daughter if you know what it does to goddamn women and children? Why would you not want to be in their life and fight in their life? I don't care about YouTube if my children are not mentally stable. I wouldn't care about social media. How you gonna preach to other women, but you can't fix your own daughters? That's a hypocrite. Come on, bro. I'm rocking with you, but as a man,
he
you
said that
can't
he never
save
wanted
another
to be
woman.
his
You can't
child's
fix
life.
your own
I know
daughters.
he mentioned his daughter a few times, but I've never known him to say I'm not in my child's life.
But see, his daughters didn't speak that very vividly. Like, like and maybe Charlene and Dame or anybody can click. When a daughter truly loves her daddy, you ain't gonna have a problem with posting your work and saying, "Look at my child. Look, let me tell you. Let me show you
I
what
would
my
never put
child's about."
the poison that man used to get. I would never put my child on social. I don't put my child on social media. I never post pictures of my child on my Instagram or none of that because I don't want that. I don't want my child to be exposed to the internet, especially what he was getting. Is that you're saying so? Why he never put his child in any of his things? What are you talking?
Yeah, okay, so you're saying why would he do it? Now he posted his cars. Now hold on. He posted his cars. He posted with other women. He talked about how they should critique
He's a
and how
single
they should
man.
do.
I would never put your child on. What? Do you
Now,
post
wait. So wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. How do you critique
My phone
now?
about to turn super area.
Okay, I got you. This is the thing. When we hear people critique the home, but then when we ask them, well, show us the validation of work that you have produced, and then they say, well, don't worry about me, but let me keep critiquing you. Then I'm gonna be like, well, damn, you bearing false witness.
I don't think that has nothing to do with nothing, man.
No,
You just come with
no.
your people say
Does anybody else agree?
that.
See what I'm saying? You can't talk about how
Mhm.
women need to be,
Yeah,
but then you can't show. Well, let me show you how your daughter. Let me see how your women in your life are. If
I
you
would
don't come,
never put my child on the internet, man. Especially with the platform that he had and the amount of poison that man got. Never. You know how much. You know how that would affect his child. He probably kept his child private. What?
nah,
Come on, man. No way, bro.
I don't think he's
so hold on.
understanding. It's
Yeah,
like
he's not understanding.
yeah, he's not the example, right? That he wants other people to be. You know how it's like, do what I say, but not as I do. That's basically what he's
Yeah.
doing. He's telling people to do this, but he's not living that example.
Like, like, I hear you with
Yes.
hey, I'm listen. I hear you, bro. But we have a lot of people. It's like a rapper telling people about, hey, y'all, I'm out here in the street selling dope. Like, let's look at Jeezy. Jeezy talked all about dope. Jeezy's kids don't do nothing closely remote to what he was telling other black children to do. His kids are not even remotely even close to when Jeezy posted his children. His kids went to a nice school, wearing nicely clothes, and literally had nothing to do remotely with the black community. But yet he's telling other black boys and
Yeah.
girls about selling dope, becoming hoes, and trapping. Now I'm like, hold up, Jeezy. So you preach that gospel to black boys, and they followed you, but yet you told your children to go the other way. That's so. So how many boys did you lead astray that followed you? Mind you, a black man died trying to actually listen to him and try to kill another black man, Gucci man, and that man died. So I'm like, well, damn, Gucci. Like, I mean, GD, how you gonna say that? Same thing with Ti. Ti will talk about X, Y, Z about women, but then when we see Ti's lifestyle, now all of a sudden, hold up, Ti, what's going on, bro? How you talking about black empowerment? You doing sex orgies and hotels and X, Y, and Z, and yet you talking about black empowerment and
Yeah.
they out to get you and stuff. You see what I'm saying? People get online and say these things,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then we actually get to see their lifestyle. You follow me? Now all of a sudden,
Yeah,
it's the white man setting me up. You
yeah,
can't
but
talk about these
I
things,
get what you
but then when we pull you up,
um,
pull up your resume or your school test, that's like somebody saying you need to study and get your grades up. We look at you, nigga, you failing. How you gonna tell me to get my grades up, but yet you failing?
well, if you want to use that same analogy, that's like somebody telling you, man, you shouldn't be in the streets, man. Look at me. I've been to prison. I would listen to a cat that's been to prison, like, hey, all right, well, sure. You know what I mean, right? No? Can I say, well, what you mean, bro? Like, look at you. Who are you to tell me to do this and that? You know what I mean? I understand what you mean, though.
Right.
But
No, no,
yeah,
no. Right. So that's I'm not listen, bro. I'm not I have no smoke for Kevin.
mm-hmm.
I have smoke for some of the things that he put out there of unaccountability that he was telling young men and women. But literally, when you look at the resume of his life, then they don't match up. So you said, hey, you fat women will never get play of a high value man. But then when we look at the women that you like, the women you knocking up and trying to slide through their legs, that's the woman that you were shaming. You talked about X, Y, and Z. Doggone men should never be paying for goddamn poom poom poom, but yet you tricking. Then you say, well, men should trick. Like I'm like, hey, hold on, bro. Come on, let's pull back at this. So I'm like, hey, bro, you playing a dangerous game. We understand a lot of men. I'm not saying you sound like a very smart man, but a lot of these men and women cannot tell the difference of reality of YouTube, social media, and fictitious talking points. So that's when it gets dangerous.
Do you think so? And that's a true statement. And do you think? Because I know black people, we're very impressionable. We believe a
Mhm.
lot of what we hear, and to get to us black people, it's very easy to get us all emotionally roused up. It's very easy to get us voting for dumb crap. It's very easy because we just, oh, I heard this, believe it, especially if it came from a white person. But I feel like that's not. It's on us to know, like, nah, I don't believe that. I'm gonna dig into that more. Now,
Can
like,
I ask you?
I was a fan of Kevin. I didn't agree with everything he said, though.
Right.
But
Can mhm.
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Can I ask you one question before we add another brother? What did Kevin teach you?
Yeah.
What did Kevin teach you as a man?
What he teach me?
Hmm.
What he teach me?
What did he teach you as a man?
Oh, Kevin, he taught me, and I can say this. He taught me one about more of a fashion sense, more of having. He had a segment saying, "Don't dumb yourself down," because I used to do that a lot. I used to, oh nah, I knew I was the smartest person in the room, but I was just like, nah, I'll wait. I won't say nothing. He told me, use your voice, use your talent. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? But fuck that shit. If you smart and you work up to be that man, you push and you take control of the room, which I do now. In a lot of conferences, I do now. I'm walking up against some of this stuff. But a lot of things. Like I said, I ate the meat without the bone. I didn't, you know. My whole thing is don't like flame the man. That's not pretty.
No,
But
I'll give you that. Don't slam.
yeah,
I know. I agree. Don't slam the man. I think
yeah,
people think that. I think the thing
great
about
like
it, and I'm gonna just say
style,
this. I can't speak for everything.
being
I
freshly
don't
cut.
think Dame or Charlene are slamming the man. I think they're slamming the talking points that were behind the man. Is that fair to say, Charlene
Yeah,
or Dame? Is y'all going after the talk points, not the man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the talking points, not him. Like we're sorry for his loss. We We don't want to demean his name. We just going after stuff that he put out there
Right.
that
But
we're
that
left with.
right, but that's what they were coming at me about. Like, hey, don't talk about. I'm like, no, I'm very surgical. I go after talking points. I go after talking points.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't talk about the family household, but yet you out here, goddamn, ain't living that lifestyle of that. You can't speak on my resume if you ain't about that
But
type of
then
lifestyle on the resume.
but did he also say like we need y'all don't ever remember this man ever saying we need more marriage. We instead of people just
Everybody,
saying
listen, listen.
nowadays you got a lot of people
That's a
high
general.
degree. No, listen.
Well, no, that's true, but
You got a lot of people with high degree.
that's a general
Huh?
consensus of you can't say we need more marriage, but then say you should cheat on your wife. That's like a big. Do you hear
Man,
that?
and I heard that too before. He didn't
Like, come on, bro. Like, go get married, then go. But you should be able to cheat.
man
Then why get
said
married? Why
high
are you getting
value
married?
man. This man says if you with a high value man. That's the one I'm saying. A lot of people get conflate that. If you with these artists and football players, X, Y, and Z, and you want them, these people got infinite options, and you think that this man is going to be faithful to you, and if you want a faithful relationship, don't be with these type of guys. He would say, if you want a faithful man, don't go look for a millionaire ball player or an artist or somebody in the prime of their lives, which makes total sense. No,
No, and let me
he
tell
didn't
you
say
why.
that.
Because
And a lot
you
of people
don't
say,
have
oh,
to be.
you
Listen,
you
to
should be allowed to cheat on
to
your girl.
think. Listen, to think that you got to have six figures and that's the only guys that cheat. I know dudes
No.
that are
He said
goddamn
he was
people that
talking
work
about
at
$1 million
McDonald's and be
people.
cheating with the goddamn. They'll ride in with their baby mama, but then be trying to slam the goddamn soda girl. Like, like
I know what you mean. Yes, but I'm saying specifically what Kevin used to say. He used to say, don't think that you're going to get a faithful millionaire and they're going to be only to you. These girls got plenty of girls. These men got plenty of girls after them. And then at that, you're like, oh, I'm not going to compete. Like, of course you're
Okay.
going to have to
Okay.
compete.
Then how come he changed his rhetoric when the girl came on, and she said she don't want a high value man because what he presented, she don't want no. He can't be faithful, can't be trusted. I don't want no high value. Then he changed his
Right.
tune that yes, a high value man can be faithful and stuff like that. So he need to make up his mind. Either
No,
she
he was
can
saying that
expect this or she can't.
he was saying that don't think that just because you got with one, that's what he's just gonna do. Not
there you
all
go.
people go out there to cheat. Like I ain't never cheat on my wife. Never thought about it. Like, but he's saying that if you get with a person and all they do is work and travel and business and this and that and the third, we all know. Come on now, and this even happens in the others with the W's. Even the husband knows that the wife got, she does her little thing, but at the end of the day, we're together. This is our household. That's what he
That's
was
not
saying.
everybody's life. Not everybody. People have morals that they live by.
Everybody
I
wants.
don't understand. Like people projecting this. Like that the pink pill. She went ahead and she made a live stream and she had a high value man come on and debunk everything that he said. So you guys talking. You guys can't talk for everybody. I feel like you guys are looking at
Right?
rappers. You're looking at movie stars, and you seeing how messy their lives are, and you're saying that everyone is like that. It's not true. You can't talk for everyone.
Right.
Hmm. And
Yeah.
not every woman was talking about no football player or no basketball or somebody famous. They just wanted somebody either the same income bracket as them or higher. They didn't say nothing about nobody famous or anything like that. If they were doing that, they wouldn't come to him for that.
Yeah, but
I
that's
didn't.
what that's what I'm
It was good.
saying because high value.
And like
You gotta like. I don't think people actually understand that. Of like what I see as a high value or a certain type of person, somebody in the community that somebody in your community or in your group that can make moves. So if it was something and that's the thing about I don't think people understand. Like people make it seem like it's a financial thing. Like somebody that like, hey, like go to brother Derek at the car wash. This man, if you need a function done, Charlene, or y'all trying to get some money done, he knows the right people to push you to. Or we got a lot of high value people in the community that do functions that did like hell. We had the Easter hunt. There was a brother. Yes, he was flamboyant, but he had an Easter egg. He had an Easter egg event for the kids that he used his own money and put out 5,000 eggs for all the kids in the community. He ain't had to do that. That is a high value type of man because he did something for his people. He didn't have to do, and women and men came out there and they supported him, and he got some heat. Like I said, that is a high value. Somebody that can make moves. You got high value men and women, and yes, that's not wrong to want to network with your own. So I would understand a man say, "I want a high value woman." Just say, I don't even know why y'all keep saying high value. Just say you want a valuable person in your life. Like, why does it got to be high value? I don't even think Negroes know what high value is because y'all think it's something like money and bling and cars and house and all that shit. But then y'all get mad because y'all don't got no type of connection with these people. So that's why I'd be like, yo, man, I don't think people actually know what is the actual realistic value of a of a relationship or in a communal value. So, well, yeah, I passed by, but I know we got God among men. I don't want to call you no God among men. I don't
No,
want
no,
that.
just you can just go with G. G's good.
Okay, okay. Yeah. I can't do that, bro. But I
Yeah,
respect
yeah,
you.
I
I
understand.
respect you.
I
Go
understand.
ahead,
I
G.
appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all doing all right.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to say, I watched Kevin. Kevin introduced me to a lot of other black YouTubers. I found you guys through Kevin, and through the Black Manosphere. I found a lot of other content creators who had exponential value, as far as financial, relationship, all across the board. You have what I think a lot of people fail to realize is that a lot of black people are in a box, echo chamber of their own information, just whatever is going on around them, and they don't hear empowerment, black women empowerment, black men empowerment. You can do other things beyond what you're doing. I was in a box. I was an average person making average money, work an average job, and I have a family. I have a wife. I have kids. We own a home, but there's more. You can achieve more. You can do more. And we heard that from Kevin before we heard it from anybody else. We might have heard it in bits and pieces from other men, but Kevin worded it in a way where you could if you had open ears you could receive it without. I grew up in a house with a single parent, with a single mom and my grandmother, and we were surrounded by women. We never heard that men had value until we left that house, until I joined the military. And then even in the military I was around men. I've heard my whole life as a man, uh, happy wife, happy life. But the men are miserable. The men themselves are miserable, either because they work 7 days a week, they work 100 hours a week. Nobody cares about what their individual needs are. Just something simple. My favorite meal is gizzards and gravy. I have to beg my mom to make me gizzards and gravy. Just you know, and that's, but I can make it myself.
Right.
But we didn't hear, some of us, not all of us, but some of the men and women who gravitated to Kevin's content, they had not heard that men had value. Some of the women, marriages and relationships were saved because of that. And then it extended into a conversation. We can nitpick different bits and pieces. I didn't agree with everything that Kevin said, but I heard bits and pieces of that stuff growing up. I heard being a son raised by a woman. She told me I was raised by a dark skinned black woman, and she told me not to date dark skinned black women because they were sneaky or because they were manipulative. And she's dark skinned. The colorism. We are so deep into American white society. It is crazy. It is crazy how we've been brainwashed in certain ways, and it'll take generations for us to get out of this. It'll take another 2 generations for us to get away from this because we're separated from any type of religious structure. We are separated from any type of anything that is our own outside of entertainment culture. Every time we talk about successful black people, it's entertainers and rappers and movie stars. It's not. We don't have a Brookshire Hathaway. We don't have a where's our black Warren Buffett at? Who is he? We don't have that. But Kevin Samuels brought in. You have attorneys now that have content. You have financial guys, that have content, not necessarily linked to Kevin, but you can find other people who are building or who have built, and they are building, and they have families and they have structure. But black men specifically, that it has to start with family, and in order, and women and the black women have. I heard my wife told me had to trust that I can family. Trust that I could lead the family. And that's when we got married. Oh, I can trust you to lead now. I didn't even know I needed to be trusted. I just thought as long as I went to work and paid bills, that was enough. I need to be able to lead. I need to be able to protect, to be able to provide education, all of that. And you get different information. As a black man, I had to be around other men. And it's not just black men that is having this problem. Every man in America is having this problem. But the women do not listen to them. They don't value them unless you're making millions of dollars. Like for her, if I can do that, that's fine. She needs, but my average man, my average 9 to 5 men, or the men that work at Amazon who are struggling. What about them? Do they not deserve to be built up and to be appreciated and to be, and where's their infrastructure at? And so the men who are making the money, the black men who are making the money, need to bond together and build together. And Kevin gave an outlet for that. He provided a space that other black men could get together and start to talk about building a structure, start talking about doing these things. And so his death, all the gay talk and all the gay rumors and all of that stuff, that, we do that in the black community. We build each other up and then tear each other back down again. And we just can't get together to save our lives. If you guys' platform blows up to millions of views and millions of followers, then they'll do the same thing with you guys. We'll build you guys up to tear you down, to go into your lives, to go into your history, to see who you are, and are you living the life that you say you live in.
See, they
And when
doing
it's
that
dead,
now
we
with me.
can't.
Yeah, they try
Exactly.
to.
Exactly. And if they're digging into your life, you better be who you say you are. And if you're not, that's cool with those of us who can critically think. That can critically think and say, well, yeah, we don't give each other grace in the black community. We gotta be perfect. We gotta be on point. We can't have no flaws in, can't have no holes in your jackets, can't have no baby mamas on the side, and can't have no failures.
Oh, I agree. I
But then
agree.
it
I
turns out,
agree.
yeah.
Go ahead, G.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I was
No, no,
just
I agree.
it's frustrating because I work in an environment where it's predominantly men, and they if you tell a man to just work. If you just tell him just go to work, all he got to do is work. Most men are cool with that. Cool. All I got to do is work. Cool. Let me just go home and get some rest. Men will sacrifice themselves. A lot of real men will sacrifice themselves. But we went through this whole generation or two where there were no men at home, and the men were raised by women. And in those, I'm a 80s baby. Those men were raised by women who told them to take care of mama, take care of home. Mama come first. Not what about your wife? My mom right now wants me to take care of her. She wants me and my brother to take care of her. She not married. She don't have a husband. She ran every man off whoever probably would have loved her, but she was a bad judge of character because some of those men was trash. But then if I put my wife first, that's a slap in the face to my mom. But we're raising a family. And so we have to. It's a chess game. It's a constant chess game. And so, but we also need to. Well, when you say why don't you lead? Why don't you lead? Where's the black men who are leading? If the black men who are leaders in their families are you're just trying to get by just to build your family up, just to raise your family. But then if I go out here and start leading a coalition of men to do things, that's going to take me away from my family. And who's going to support? And who's going to, I can provide financially, but I need to be able to also groom my son to be a man. But I'm also fighting the patriarchy that was sold to my wife because she wants to lead too. So she needs to understand that Kevin Samuels' content introduced me to the pink pill movement. And the women who's also believe that they don't need men. Well, I don't need a man around. You don't need no man, girl. When I was dating, I heard you don't need no man, girl. Go get your Section 8, go get your public housing, go get your food stamps, and go put that boy on child support.
Who is saying that?
And I heard women say that. I
I
heard
don't know
we
who's saying
heard women
that.
tell men that.
So why
Go
don't
get
men
your
have
go
to
get
do
your
what?
and I'm not saying that that's all women. I'm saying that when the men did that, when people made mistakes, when men made mistakes and had kids early because nobody was around, kids are out doing whatever the kids do, and next thing you know, you 15, 16, 18 in your 20s, and you get somebody pregnant, and then boom, now you already behind the eight ball. Financially, you behind the eight ball. In Texas, you get somebody pregnant, and as soon as she had that baby, you already $3,000 to $5,000 in the hole in child support. So now you got to get two jobs. Now you got to grind. Now you got to hustle. Now you got to. But if you're immature and there's no men around to tell you, hey, now you got to step up and be a man and take care of your son. You got women telling you that. But you don't. But if there's no men, the absence of fathers in our homes in the 70s and 80s led to this. And now we're just now starting to have to try to clean this stuff up. But those men are now those boys from the 70s and 80s are now men, and we're paying the price for the absence of those men in the 60s and 70s and 80s. We're paying for that because we're being told, hey, you need to be a man. Nobody, unless you went to the military, or unless you grew up and you had uncles and fathers around, nobody was there to tell them this, except for the women. But the women who are telling us this, they got an ulterior motive. My mama telling me I need to be a man to then tell me I need to take care of her. Kevin Samuel's message aligned with a lot of the lives that men live. Was our mamas telling us the one-sided story of what our dads were. And yeah, my dad didn't do what he was supposed to do, and he wasn't there. I had to learn as an individual man with a family once I started to have kids in the family what my role was. And a lot of that was being around other men, listening to content like you guys, talk and also not just being a man in a relationship, but what it meant to be responsible financially, what it meant to be responsible in a working environment, in a professional environment. You had to learn these things. And then for then the women to say, well, where's the infrastructure? Well, where's the building? Well, where's the political? Well, we need a structure and we don't have it. Most political, I work with guys that said, why didn't black people bond together like the Jews did? Well, because the Jews are bonded by religion, but black people don't have that. We don't have, some of us are Christians and some of us aren't anymore because the black church just got out of control. And so what structure do we have that we can join as a whole and everybody abide by the structure? The men abide by the structure, the women abide by the structure, the rules of it, and then we can pour money into it and we can build our own communities and we can build our own schools and we can do what we need to do financially. We won't have to rely on anybody. The structure isn't there. And even if we were to trade with people outside of our culture, they have to respect the structure. But our only structure is entertainment and Jordans and rap music and it's cool, but when you start talking about doing business, or it's whole housing developments in black communities. Right now I'm in Texas, there's housing developments everywhere and apartment complexes being built, but it's Chase Bank on the side of the building, or it's banks and institutions, financial institutions that don't have anything to do with the community itself.
Okay.
The gentrification is happening.
Well, GAM, I'm sorry to have to interrupt, but we're gonna be shutting down in a little while. We want to give everybody
Yes,
chance
ma'am.
to
I'm sorry.
speak. Leonard is up here. Mella's back. Leonard, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, well, I had to sign off because I didn't want to burn dinner. So so I got done cooking. I'm good.
Okay.
But my thing is this with the be a man, do the yada 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 thing. Okay. Now I can understand with the no men being there and people have to figure out this man thing on their own. Okay, I understand that. That's viable. But when they talk about the women and go get your Section 8 and do your this and do your that, and then it's like, okay, now the type of man that I am, I wouldn't even associate with women like that. That's the neighborhood I came from. I mean, I saw my neighborhood on the south side of Chicago go from one thing and turn into a ghetto. And I left. When I was of age, I left, you know, and that's it. Now, and I only go back for weddings and funerals. I mean, there was a guy that knew me. He's about 10 years older than me. Uh, his brother, that's about 10 years younger than me, happened to be riding a bike. No, a bike, really, past the old family house. He seen my sister and brother-in-law sitting on the porch, passed his phone number on. I called him and he said, "Oh, my brother Leonard want to talk to you." I said, "Okay, we both got the same first name." This guy talked 40 minutes in a row. I mean, just straight, like, damn, bro, really? Do you breathe? Talking about what he want to go back to the old neighborhood and do and this and that. And since I'm gone, can I come back and help? I'm like, bro, I got a whole family situation going on. I got kids, grandkids. I'm living my life, man. Now you can go back and try to say who you can. Good luck with that. I'm not going back. Because for everyone that called me Len the Nerd, they still in the same predicament that they were in 1980
That's what they
when I
called
was,
you?
yeah, Len the Nerd. Surely did.
Oh, oh wow.
It was
That's it.
cool though because
No, that's
yeah.
mean. That's mean. Call it what it is. That was mean.
Oh no, that was cool for me because see, I ended up DJing on WKKC my senior year of high school. All of a sudden, out the blue, I became cute,
Yep.
and I abused the hell out of it. I abused it. I ran through females like poop through a goose because I'm cute now. I'm not letting the nerd anymore. I always liked you. I'm gonna listen to whatever you tell me as long as you end up in my bed. And I went buck wild with it. I didn't care. So hey, payback is a female dog sometimes, ain't it? So I have no hood loyalty, no whatever. It's like y'all about that. Do what you do, because my A1 from day one that was born 1 year the same month later than I was, that grew up 2 houses away from me. He stays 30 minutes to my west. Another A1 from day one on the next block. He stays 30 minutes away from me to my north. I'm good in Georgia. I got my A1s from day one, and we living our life. Lovely life. So, hey, life is about choices. If you make the wrong choice, hey, handle it. Be responsible. Switch it up. Change it up. Because if this so-called white folk this, white folk that, white folk this thing was, if it was so prevalent in America, then why am myself, my A1s from day one,
You
why are
hogging the
we doing
panel,
so
bro.
well?
You hogging the panel. You hogging the
I'm
panel, bro.
sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, I mean that with love. Sometimes you might
Okay.
not be aware. But
Okay.
she did announce there's only a few moments left and you're hogging
Right,
the
right. I
panel.
heard that. So you all can move on to the next individual. Hey, I'm easy.
All right, who would be next?
That would be you.
Oh, I to sum it all up in relationship to the title as well as my own thoughts, it's about situational awareness. I think our people are lacking situational awareness. That's why we don't want to, quote unquote, deal with our community because we don't have confidence in our situational sense of awareness. When you're brave in spirit and heart and mind, you're not worried about who's going to accost you because you are already aware of what to look out for. And when your focus is on building a community, you're aware of what to look out for. I think the principal word that I take away from everything that everybody has said is that we have some awareness yet to acquire. And in the interest of time, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, can I touch based on what God among men? All right, I just wanted to touch based on that. You talked about building up the community. I just wanted to say that, if your goal and your mission in life was to build up the community, like you would try and you will make some headway in trying to do that. And I'm sorry, you can get like a bunch of people and you guys could create an organization. I mean, it's gonna take some time, but at least you got some working for us. And I've just I feel like it's a whole bunch of excuses, to be honest. And it's
It,
excuse
it,
after,
it
and
is.
it's years and years, and it's time we keep saying the same thing. Like, who's gonna actually organize something and do something about it?
If the ALCU or ACLU exists, so can we. It's really just that simple.
No, for real. Like, if
And
we
I don't
really,
know why it's so difficult.
yeah, if we really was truthful about it, right? We'll get a whole bunch of people together and we'll put down all the bad facts and what's going on that we don't like. And for every bad thing that's going on, we need to have a solution to it. And I mean, just take it down just like that if you really wanted to, like, create change or do something. But I feel like a lot of these people, they don't want to do that. They say that, but come on, like Leonard was about to say, he made it out the hood. I made it out the hood. Like, a lot of these people don't want to. They're stuck in their circumstance, or they're stuck in this music, and they're stuck,
It's
and they're
called
so
being,
easily manipulated.
Sister Charlene, it's called being lazy.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of that talking point. That shit is annoying. When they get up on here and they say that. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, stop playing off being lazy. And that means everybody who is our color and our people. I'm not just putting it on black men. I'm not just putting it on my sisters. All of us. It's time to actually put forth a concentrated effort to stand on the ground that we deserve. Like, I mean, what's the holdup? Gossip? Oh, how charming. That's all we're doing is complaining and gossiping at this point, and it's
Well,
very distressing.
well, you
That
need.
is true because I've heard many say whenever they bring up the pull yourself up by your bootstraps thing. Well, how you gonna pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you don't have any boots? I own not one pair of Jordan, but I can go in any hood and see plenty of Jordans and Gucci belts.
Well, you need the lawyers and the business people and those of you who have left the black communities who have the credibility in business to to want to invest
Hold
financially.
on. I have to stop you. That is not true. You don't need none of that. You just need to go and attend these town hall meetings and get a group of people who's on the same mission as you. You don't need to be highly qualified. You don't need to go to college and do all of that. You just need to have a mission and get a group of people who's on that same mission.
Right, but when you say group of people, don't you need professionals? Don't you need business people?
Not
Don't you
really.
need
You
you?
got people who's on the same mission, and if they go about change and they hand up signs and they rally, they'll get support. Other people will listen.
Yeah, that footwork carries a lot of results. Footwork actually means something, and I understand that it would appear that people who are professionals, right? High profile professionals are the ones who are the key to establishing, you know, organizations that will elevate our people. However, footwork, footwork actually makes a difference. You just have to go to these town hall meetings, go door to door, and just announce the initiative. And then people will tell their people, and their people will tell their people. And those people will actually consider it serious. And it's
Yes.
just about it's just the respect. We deserve to respect each other. We actually
Facts.
do. Now, I am being kind of hypocritical because I just came from someplace where I made a joke about some guy that did a cam up slip, but um, there's a time for fun and games, and then there's a time to be serious. And here I'm just pleading that you all would consider the seriousness that it takes to respect one another. Like we can tell who's serious about a mission versus who just wants to be a clown. We can tell the difference, and get together with those people and construct what it takes to establish coalitions, um, and union operating endeavors, like similar to the ACLU. It can be done. It's not a foreign concept. It can be done. We're just too busy doing other things that are distracting us from focusing. That's my humble opinion.
Well, I
What
for one
now?
appreciate you guys.
Oh, go ahead.
Appreciate
I'm
the
sorry.
platform. Oh, I was just saying I appreciate the platform, and I don't want you guys to, you know, like originally we were talking about Kevin Samuels, and it goes into a bigger picture. These conversations are important to have because a lot of us aren't getting this information and aren't getting these, and don't understand that the value when you guys talk about the footwork, and don't understand or haven't even heard these concepts before because we're in a box. But I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the conversation. And every time we have these conversations, it empowers others to do more. But thank you
Yeah,
Yeah,
guys.
because
Yeah.
yeah,
you never know who's listening, and they may get inspired by something that they heard, and that's
a-
very important.
absolutely.
Yeah. All right. All right, gentlemen, thanks for coming. You're welcome to come for ladies' night. We're doing the topic intimacies versus bang out session. Shoot your shot.
All right.
Ooh, I'm too old. I'm too old
Match.
for that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make a match. All right.
Yeah.
I'm too
That's
old for
gonna
that.
be 9 p.m. Central Time. You're gonna be up that late?
9 o'clock tonight. Let's
Yeah.
hit it. Get with it.
10 o'clock Eastern Standard.
Put
The
your
rest of y'all
freakum
y'all can
dress
go to
on
sleep.
and get it.
That's funny.
Oh, I got a funny story for y'all about that.
Save it,
Oh
save
gosh.
it.
Save it, okay. If I get
Yeah,
back with you all,
9 p.m. Central Standard Time.
yeah. It's
okay.
gonna be open panel again. It's gonna be open panel again. So
And
so the
we're
men
gonna be respectful. Okay.
Yeah.
respectful. Yeah, the rules is as usual. Do not call women the B word, the H word, as an automatic kick out. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Hmm.
we
You
respect
can
everyone on this
disagree,
platform.
but disagree respectfully. Uh,
Yeah, we respect everyone on this platform, both men and women. So I just wanted to say that also.
All right, y'all. Let's close out. Leonard, DMT, GAM. I'm trying to remember all the people that came up. Mel, of course.
Queen Ma,
Queen Maud. Let me see. I'm missing somebody. Uh, well, it'll come to me later. But thanks y'all for all of y'all that joined the panel. Thanks to chat for having some interesting conversation. I'm sorry I got distracted by the panel, so I didn't get to all y'all questions or and stuff like that. But y'all was having a little interesting debate going on down there. Peace, power, and unity. See y'all later tonight. And we're gonna leave out with some music. Let's see. Let me put Gangsta Talk back on. Here we go. All right.